Good afternoon / morning, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We're here to bring you live coverage of the UN Security Council meeting on Iran, which is coming up at 3 Eastern time. But we came on early so we could also give you bonus coverage of the White House press briefing. Oh, no, hold on. White House. I got to refresh this. Why am I seeing this twice? Hold on. I got to refresh something here. You shouldn't be seeing a post. I got to refresh this. Hang on. Let's see if I can refresh this. Refresh. Hold on. One moment here. We need the video to come through. Hang on. I gotta start the video again. Oh, it wasn't on. That's what happened. Here we go. There we go. It's the White House press briefing. Look. So this is coming up soon. So we get to watch that too. Bonus coverage. All right, so we're going to cover the White House press briefing, and we're going to cover the UN Security Council meeting. How about that? We got both. Thank you for joining us today. Hey, thanks to Janet B., our moderator on YouTube, Roberts Mayqueen, Carms. They're all moderating on YouTube. I really appreciate it. Leslie Ladyhawk is there too. Thank you so much. Thank you to our Twitch moderators. Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, and Surly Dev are over there moderating. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. And we have, hold on a moment here. Oops. Thanks to our Facebook moderators, too. Thanks to also to Susan Priest-Buchner and Christy Claft for subscribing on Facebook. Will Iran get attacked tonight? I don't know. I don't know what the U.S. plan is on Iran. We did coverage of that last night. I have no idea. I'm guessing it'll get attacked. It'll get asked about in the press conference, in the press briefing. This White House press briefing is supposed to start in 13 minutes. I should actually put that up on the screen. White House press briefing coming up at 1 p.m. ET, supposedly, if it starts on time. Put that right there. There, look at this. We got all kinds of coverage going on. Sarah says it's never starting. It never starts on time. Yeah, it very well might start late, but maybe I'll say coming up shortly, so people aren't misled. Okay, now I'm sure Minnesota will be asked about, Minneapolis. I'm sure Greenland will be asked about. President Trump is meeting today with the Maria Corina Machado, the opposition leader of Venezuela. So I'm guessing that'll be asked about today. Hold on a second here. I got to do something real quick. I got to do something real quick. Thanks for your patience while I do this real quick. We're going to be taking your comments on the air, and shortly, White House press briefing, and just do this. Okay. Thanks to all of our viewers who are here right now. Again, 3 p.m. Eastern Time is the UN Security Council meeting on Iran. It's an emergency meeting which was requested by the U.S. yesterday, and we are going to be covering that live. We're on the air early so we can bring you bonus coverage of the White House press briefing shortly. And then after the briefing, we'll talk about Iran and other stuff. Maybe we can turn the volume up a bit. Get some volume, guys. J.C. Miles says, busy news day. Hey, thanks so much to Eliza295. Eliza, that's really nice of you. Thanks, Eliza295. President Trump today threatened to use the Insurrection Act to bring the military to Minnesota. Here, look. If the corrupt politicians of Minnesota don't obey the law and stop the professional agitators and insurrectionists from attacking the patriots of ICE who are only trying to do their job, I will institute the Insurrection Act, which many presidents have done before me, he says, and quickly put an end to the travesty that is taking place in that once great state. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I'm guessing that will be asked about. $586 Smoking Joe Weed says, where are the files? AP says Trump has repeatedly threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act, a rarely used federal law, to deploy the U.S. military or federalize the National Guard for domestic law enforcement over the objections of state governors. AP says presidents have invoked the law more than 24 times, most recently in 1992, 33 years ago, by President George H.W. Bush to end unrest in Los Angeles. In that instance, local authorities had asked for the assistance.
It was folded out. Somebody, the white stove that was out here. So one of you two guys are going to have to move because there was a stove that was placed there.
Michelle B. says it is bad here in Minneapolis. Thanks, Ami Reza PT, for watching. We are bringing you live coverage today. You know, after this, we might watch. Governor Walz made a statement last night, and we tried to cover it. And when I went to the official YouTube page that was showing it, the audio was messed up. They had double audio. So I don't know if they fixed the audio. So I can check after this and see if they ever fixed the audio. Jody says, so much news and still only January. Jody is watching on X. Let's see here. I don't know if we'll get some video of Maria Corina Machado with Trump. We might at some point. So I'll keep an eye on that too. B. Earhart says, will she give him her Nobel Prize? That I don't know. I wonder if she has it with her. I don't think by the way, officially, I don't believe that the Nobel Prize organization allows it to be given, but maybe we'll get an update on the meeting from the press secretary. Reuters says that Machado, who fled Venezuela in a daring seaborne escape in December, finds herself competing for Trump's ear with members of Venezuela's government and seeking to ensure she has a role in governing the nation going forward. The lunch today between Machado and Trump is the first time the two have met in person.
I'm also happy to keep it two for you. That is true.
Your whole life could change with one proper place to go.
You know what? I already have 1 kid, so I'm
All right, so the press briefing is supposed to start in 2 minutes. I don't know that it'll start on time, though. We got the live feed. Hey, thanks to our member, VM Racing 18C. Thank you so much. Shout out again to all of our moderators here. Good luck, Duck, Idaho Star, I got that fire. Sarah and Surly Dev. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha. Hey, thanks, by the way, on Facebook for the stars, Susan Priest-Buchner. Also thanks Randy Economy for being a subscriber on Facebook. Thanks Darlene Carrick for the Facebook stars. I really appreciate that. Also, shout out to Roberts Mayqueen for moderating, Janet B., Leslie Ladyhawk. Thank you, moderators. Fox News' Jackie Heinrich is on the screen. We might see her do a live hit before the press briefing. Oh. Matt Finn of Fox News post a picture of the person who was shot last night in Minneapolis. I'll post a link. The person who was shot by federal law enforcement immigration officer, ICE officer, I believe. Also, another thing that's going to might come up in this press briefing is that the U.S. seized another tanker in the Caribbean, the motor tanker Veronica, which Kristi Noem described as a sanctioned ghost fleet tanker. So that might get asked about too. One moment here. One moment here.
Iran is really the hot ticket at the moment. We have U.S. military personnel being moved to bases in the Middle East as Iran has threatened to retaliate against American bases if the president follows through on his promise to intervene if Iran kills protesters in a violent crackdown. Now, we heard the president last night say that he was using some messages from the Iranians that killing Saddam and knows that it's only happening. It's a little bit unclear how that message got to him, what made him believe that the killing of Saddam should be happening. We did hear the same message echoed on the report last night from the Iranian foreign minister there. So we need to hear if he has pulled back from any inclination he may have had to look up airstrikes, shooting options, airstrikes, cyber attacks in order to come to the aid of the Ukrainian people. And we have heard Republican senators like Lindsey Graham hoping that the president follows through on his.
All right, so again, this is supposed to start at any moment now. We're supposed to start at any moment, and after the press briefing, coming up is the UN Security Council meeting on Iran, which will start at 3 Eastern Time. We'll be talking about both of these things in between the two.
Yes, welcome for being out. Let's see Jackie up with the correspondent.
Please keep things respectful in the chat. If you don't, you will be timed out or banned. Will there be any guests at the press briefing? I do not know. I haven't heard about any, but you never know. Hey, thanks to Snark Snarkasim, who thinks we're seizing tankers headed to China to fuel their invasion of Taiwan. That's what Snarkasim thinks. Hey, thanks so much, Snarkasim, for your support. That's really nice of you. Thanks also, Gary Fry, 95, our member. Memnon for the gift membership. Jean Marquis, our member. Hey, thanks, Nitwit, for the gift memberships. That's so nice of you. Thank you, Nitwit. Nitwit M. Irishman, our member. Hey, thanks to Chris, Quebec City. Chris wrote about the UN Security Council meeting. Chris said, "We strongly condemn the Iranian government and call for the utmost restraint for the regime. That's all. Next meeting, please." So we are doing bonus coverage of the White House press briefing before the UN Security Council meeting. I'll keep an eye on other breaking news as well, let you know what I hear. Hey, thanks, Julie Beans, for the membership. So nice of you, Julie Beans. Thank you.
Yeah, already, the other thing that normally there is but I already did my mind. Just to make sure they see me what I have for, and that's it.
Thanks also Daniel Blanco and Daniel's friend Christian. Thanks Jennifer Taylor for your support. President Trump meeting right now, having a lunch meeting with Maria Corina Machado, the Venezuelan opposition leader. There's a report in the New York Times right now. The New York Times reports Israel and Arab nations urge Trump to postpone attack on Iran. And as Joe Trusman, who I follow, posted, the New York Times said Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel asked Trump to postpone any plans for an attack on Iran. Also, the New York Times says Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Oman, and Egypt have asked the Trump administration not to attack Iran.
2 minutes until the briefing. 2 minutes until the briefing.
2-minute warning till the briefing. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Hey guys, it's 2 minutes.
Buddy, you're in the way there.
Bonus coverage. White House press briefing. Is it weird to use the word bonus? I don't know what else to use. I feel like it's extra coverage. It's extra. It's beyond what you're promised with the stream. Well, for now, I'll leave that up there. Extra doesn't sound good enough. I can actually just put now up there. Let's do that. Hey, thanks Beached Iguana for being a member. Thank to Wicked Sense Hoboken.
The doors? The doors, yes. I requested personally. Just shove it. They're saying Carolina requested.
I know, I understand. I talked to Olivia. We agreed to shut one of the one.
They told you they said they wanted to.
Baby's gonna get a call.
It's a lively crowd in the press briefing today.
Save the baby.
Hey, thanks to Kira Kiwi, our member. Thanks, Kira Kiwi. It may be over 2 minutes since they said 2-minute warning.
Oh my God. Who let the baby?
Yes. Yeah.
I may switch to the White House feed when it starts. We'll see. If you notice the camera switch, you might hear the audio double for a couple seconds if I switch the feed. Just depends. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. For now, we'll stick with the Reuters feed. Thank you, Ada60, for being a member. Also, Anonymous Gifter, thanks Anonymous Gifter for the gift sub. All right, here we go, guys. Here we go.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. A packed room today. Thank you all for coming. President Trump is making America affordable again through his proven economic formula of powerful tariffs, fair trade deals, massive middle-class tax cuts, energy dominance, and aggressive deregulation. The overwhelmingly positive economic data released this week underscores the significant progress the president has already delivered. Tuesday's CPI report marked the latest confirmation that President Trump has defeated Joe Biden. Since President Trump took office, core CPI has increased at just a 2.4% annualized rate, substantially lower than the 3.3% annual rate inherited from the Biden administration last January. Importantly, as inflation cools, Americans' wages are rising, giving the American people more purchasing power. And with what is likely going to be a record-breaking tax refund season in the next couple of weeks, the American people will be reaping the rewards of the massive tax cuts that were signed into law by the president. Thanks to President Trump's signing of no tax on tips, overtime, Social Security, boosting the child tax credit, and locking in the 2017 Trump tax cuts, independent estimates project the average American tax filer could expect up to an extra $1,000 bump to their tax refund next year. This is going to be a helpful boost to working families who are making ends meet. On the energy front, the national average price for a gallon of regular gas this week fell to its lowest level in 5 years, thanks to President Trump's drill baby drill agenda. According to Gas Buddy, the average price for regular gas on Monday was below $3 per gallon in 43 states, below $2.75 per gallon in 30 states, and at or below $2.50 per gallon in 17 states. In fact, gas prices were below $2 a gallon at stations in at least 19 states. Don't forget, this was unheard of just a couple of short years ago. Overall, drivers are projected to spend $11 billion less at the gas pump this year than they did last year, resulting in hundreds of dollars in critical savings for the average American family. We're also seeing the housing market rebound as borrowing costs ease and income growth outpaces home price gains. According to a new report also released this week from the National Association of Realtors, existing home sales in December rose to their fastest pace in 3 years. To further improve housing affordability, President Trump has recently announced and directed Fannie and Freddie to purchase $200 billion worth of mortgage bonds. As a result of these actions, mortgage rates have fallen to their lowest level in years. As of last Friday, rates for the average 30-year mortgage are down more than 1 full percentage point. Because of these significant declines, monthly housing payments are now at their lowest level in 2 years, and we expect this decrease to continue. As someone who was enormously successful in real estate, President Trump understands that owning a home is about more than just having a physical asset. It's about empowering young people to stake their claim in the American dream. It's about giving newlyweds a place to make their own and start a family. It's about promoting the spirit of hard work, determination, and yes, the rugged individualism that has made America the greatest country in the history of the world. President Trump knows America is strongest when it's a nation of owners, not renters, and he is determined to unlock that opportunity for as many Americans as possible. That's why he will outline additional housing initiatives during his major speech in Davos next week, and we look forward to seeing many of you there. Finally, this morning, President Trump unveiled a healthcare plan for America called the Great Healthcare Plan, and a video message detailing his solutions to lower costs for all Americans and significantly improve our healthcare system. The Great Healthcare Plan will accomplish this through 4 common sense pillars. Number 1, permanently lowering prescription drug prices. Congress can get this done by codifying President Trump's historic Most Favored Nation initiatives into law to guarantee Americans the same low prices for prescription drugs that people in other countries around the world pay. Additionally, by increasing consumer choice by making more verified, safe pharmaceutical drugs available for over-the-counter purchases. Number 2, the Great Healthcare Plan will stop sending big insurance companies billions in extra taxpayer-funded subsidy payments and instead send that money directly to eligible Americans to allow them to buy the health insurance of their choice. Additionally, by funding a cost-sharing reduction program for healthcare plans and ending kickbacks from pharmacy benefit managers to large brokerage middlemen. Number 3, the Great Healthcare Plan will maximize price transparency by requiring any healthcare provider or insurer who accepts either Medicare or Medicaid to publicly and prominently post their pricing and fees to avoid surprise medical bills. This is an incredibly popular policy that has been bipartisan for many years, and President Trump is officially and firmly calling on Congress to get it done. And number 4, holds big insurance companies accountable by requiring them to publish rate and coverage comparisons up front on their websites in plain English so consumers and everyday Americans can make the best purchasing decisions for them and their families. These are common sense actions that make up President Trump's Great Healthcare Plan, and they represent the most comprehensive and bold agenda to lower healthcare costs to have ever been considered by the federal government. Congress should immediately take up President Trump's plan and pass it into law. For Americans watching at home, you can visit greathealthcare.gov right now for more information on the Great Healthcare Plan. And with that, we will open it up to questions. In our new media seat today, we have a familiar face, Riley Gaines. I'm surprised it took us a year to get you here, but I'm very happy to see you. I know you have a new podcast, The Riley Gaines Show. And so thank you. And you brought a beautiful baby and your lovely husband, too. So thank you so much for joining. And why don't you kick us off?
Absolutely. Well, thank you. First and foremost, congratulations to you. Being a girl mom will change your life in the best way possible. So excited you get to shop all the pink and the frilly and the bows. I was in Washington, D.C. earlier this week for the Supreme Court case. There were two arguments that were heard surrounding sex-based rights and if it's constitutional for states to pass laws that ultimately protect those rights for women. If the Supreme Court rules as anticipated in favor of maintaining these sex-based rights, is the administration prepared to take action against the states? I believe at this point it's 23 states that don't have those protections for women?
Absolutely. And as you know, Riley, the administration already has done so. We've taken action in a number of fronts against these states who are failing to uphold the president's executive orders and this administration's policy of simply protecting women in women's sports and in women's private spaces. We've gone to the mat with large universities in this country as well to try to fight for what's fair and what's just for women and girls across the country. So I know you were at the arguments. I listened to them myself as a woman and as a former athlete, and I think the president speaks on common sense on this issue, that women's sports and private spaces should be protected, and that there are two genders, there are two sexes. That is not something we should be afraid to say in this country. And I think, frankly, it was quite alarming to not only hear a couple of justices gravel over that basic, fundamental, biological fact that men and women are different but inherently equal, but we are certainly different, and women deserve such rights. We hope and expect that the Supreme Court will rule in the right way on this matter. Thank you. Gabe.
Carolyn, thank you very much. A lot to talk about.
Sure. Isn't there always a lot to talk about?
What can you share about the president's meeting with Maria Corina Machado? Is it underway? What can you share about that? And then also, the president said yesterday that Delcy Rodriguez was, quote, a terrific person. Does the president trust the remaining members of the Maduro regime?
I will say, to your first question, the meeting was about to begin as I was stepping out of the Oval Office moments ago, so my understanding is that it's underway right now. I know the president was looking forward to this meeting, and he's was expecting it to be a good and positive discussion with Ms. Machado, who is really a remarkable and brave voice for many of the people of Venezuela. So the president looks forward to obviously talking to her about the realities on the ground in the country and what is taking place. As for Ms. Rodriguez, the president did speak with her directly this week. As you know, he revealed that to all of you yesterday. And Secretary Rubio and the administration have been in constant communication with Ms. Rodriguez and other members of the interim government in Venezuela. They have been extremely cooperative. They have thus far met all of the demands and requests of the United States and of the president. And I think you have all seen that play out. We obviously had a $500 million energy deal that was struck in large part because of the cooperation from Ms. Rodriguez. Venezuela and Ms. Rodriguez have also confirmed that they will be releasing political prisoners from Venezuela. There were 5 Americans who were recently released this week as well. So the president likes what he's seeing and will expect that cooperation to continue.
And regarding the investigation into the leak that the president referenced yesterday, what is the administration's position on the Washington Post reporter? The Post has reported that she was told that she is not a target of the investigation. Does the administration believe she did anything wrong? And then also, what is the administration's position on the Pentagon Papers case from the 1970s that affirmed reporters' right to publish classified information under certain circumstances?
Well, since this is an active investigation, I don't want to comment on it much more than what we did yesterday to obviously confirm the investigation, and I can confirm what the Attorney General stated, and the President as well, which is that the individual, unfortunately a contractor at the Pentagon, chose to unlawfully leak classified and very serious information to this Washington Post reporter, hence why the reporter's home was looked into by the FBI, rightfully so. And the administration is not going to tolerate leaks, especially from within the national security apparatus of the United States government, that put our nation's integrity and our national security at risk. Full stop. The president will not support that. I know the Secretary of War will not support that, and it will not stand. And legal action will be taken against anyone, whether it's a member of the press or whether it's an employee for a federal agency who breaks the law. If you break the law and if you endanger our men and women in uniform, you are going to be held accountable, period, full stop.
But
Jackie.
Does this administration believe that this reporter or any reporter has a right to publish classified information under certain circumstances?
Look, I think that we do not believe that individuals who have been given the privilege of holding a top secret clearance should be illegally leaking that classified information, and I know the American people agree with that. And I think it's a basic tenet of journalistic integrity not to publish information that could directly endanger the operational security or the brave men and women who are serving this country in uniform and putting themselves in harm's way to protect not just the people of this administration, but all of you in the press and all of their fellow Americans as well. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. I wanted to get the White House reaction to Iranian state TV broadcasting an implicit threat to the president's life. It was images of the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, according to reports, with the message, "This time it will not go wrong."
I have not seen that, to be honest with you, Jackie. We'll take a look, and I'll let the president and his national security team examine that footage to ensure its legitimacy. Again, I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on it. What I will say with respect to Iran is that the president and his team have communicated to the Iranian regime that if the killing continues, there will be grave consequences. And the president received a message, as he revealed to all of you and the whole world yesterday, that the killing and the executions will stop. And the president understands today that 800 executions that were scheduled and supposed to take place yesterday were halted. And so the president and his team are closely monitoring this situation, and all options remain on the table for the president.
That Netanyahu encouraged him against strikes.
Look, it's true that the president spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu, but I would never detail details about their conversation without giving the expressed approval by the president himself. Ouija.
Thank you, Caroline. Is it still the president's assessment that it would be very hard for Ms. Machado to leave Venezuela because he says she lacks the respect and support in that country? And will he raise that with her today?
I think the president's assessment that you just pointed out was based on realities on the ground. It was a realistic assessment based on what the president was reading and hearing from his advisors and national security team. And at this moment in time, his opinion on that matter has not changed.
He has also said that he would like there to be elections in Venezuela when the time is right.
That's right.
Do you have any update on when that might be? And is he committed to a transition to democracy for Venezuela?
Yes, and he is also committed to hopefully seeing elections in Venezuela one day, but I don't have an updated timetable for you today. Reagan in the back.
Thanks, Caroline. I have a question for you on Minnesota and then also Venezuela.
Sure.
President Trump threatened invoking the Insurrection Act today in a Truth Social post. I'm wondering what his tipping point is. Like, what would it take for him to invoke the Insurrection Act?
Look, that's only a question, frankly, Reagan, the president can answer. But the Insurrection Act is a tool at the president's disposal. As you know, it has been used sparingly, but it has been used by previous presidents in American history. And I think the president's Truth Social post spoke very loud and clear to Democrats across this country, elected officials who are using their platforms to encourage violence against federal law enforcement officers, who are encouraging left-wing agitators to unlawfully obstruct legitimate law enforcement operations. And if you talk to any law enforcement officer, no matter what level they work at, they want to be working with their counterparts, whether that's at the federal level or the federal authorities wanting to work with their counterparts at the state and local level. And it's truly shameful that now for more than a year, you've had elected Democrat governors and mayors who have basically held their state and local law enforcement hostage and told them, you cannot cooperate with federal law enforcement. Why? they cooperated under the Biden administration. It's because these Democrats are deranged in their hatred for President Trump, and they are holding their state and local law enforcement hostage as a result. And these Democrat mayors and governors are doing this over what? Over the lawful and legitimate law enforcement operations to remove violent criminals from the streets of Minnesota, from the streets of California, from the streets of New York, and from the streets of every state across this country. And you don't see these riots and this vandalism taking place in states like Florida. Why? Because you have a governor in that state who has empowered federal and local authorities to work together. And it's despicable what we're seeing from these Democrat politicians, especially in sanctuary states and cities across the country.
Yesterday, Caroline.
Go ahead, John.
Oh, thank you so much. My question is, President Trump has talked twice in recent days, once at the Kennedy Center and then to Reuters again last night about canceling the election. Why is he talking about this?
I believe you're referring to the president's interview at Reuters last night. I was in that interview. It was a closed-door interview. Obviously, there was not audio or video. The president was simply joking. He was saying, we're doing such a great job. We're doing everything the American people thought. Maybe we should just keep rolling. But he was speaking facetiously.
And then one more.
Sure.
On the labor secretary. She's under investigation. Has he spoken to her about this?
I don't know if the president has spoken directly to the secretary. If they have, I'm unfamiliar with that conversation, but I have spoken to the president about that report regarding the secretary. He's aware of the internal investigation and he stands by the secretary, and he thinks that she's doing a tremendous job at the Department of Labor on behalf of American workers. PBS, go ahead.
You were mentioning a moment ago about working federal, state, local officials in Minneapolis. Governor Walz's office is saying today that he's trying to get a hold directly with the president. Have they spoken? And if they haven't, why haven't they spoken? If there's a desire from Walz, as they're saying, to de-escalate what's happening there.
I'm not sure if that's a genuine offer to speak with the president. I was with the president about 30 minutes ago and they hadn't spoken at that point. Look, the president is always willing to answer the phone when people pick up and call. When there was another tragic shooting many months ago in Governor Walz's state, he spoke directly with the governor. But I would ask that the governor stops inciting the harassment and illegal obstruction of law enforcement in his state. All ICE and federal law enforcement are trying to do are remove people like this off of the streets of Governor Walz's city in Minneapolis and of his state in Minnesota. If you look at some of the individuals in this photo, these are all illegal alien criminals who came into our country under the previous administration. This is some of the most disturbing crimes you will ever read about, and there's only a few reporters in this room who will actually talk about these individuals. This is all ICE is trying to do. They are trying to remove people like this from Governor Walz's state. And so yes, he should pick up the phone and he should say that he will cooperate with this president and with the federal government in making Minnesota safer, because that's all President Trump and his administration want to do. Mary.
Thanks, Caroline. The president says he wants money to go directly to Americans so they can buy their own insurance. How exactly would this work? And can the president assure Americans that this will be enough to cover their health care costs?
So this is the second principle in the president's health care plan, lowering insurance premiums specifically and ensuring that that money is going directly back to the American people and cutting the kickbacks that then raise those premiums. So this plan, once put into legislative text and passed by Congress and sent to the president's desk, will stop sending big insurance companies billions of an extra taxpayer-funded subsidy payments and instead send that money directly to eligible Americans to allow them to buy the health insurance of their choice through, you may have heard it be referred to as health savings accounts. Whether that ends up being the actual name of such accounts, we'll have to see. Again, Congress and the White House are going to work together to put this plan into action. And then secondly, the Great Healthcare Plan will fund a cost-sharing reduction program for healthcare plans, which will save taxpayers at least $36 billion and reduce the most common Obamacare plan premiums by over 10%, and that's according to the Congressional Budget Office.
But 20 million Americans in recent weeks have seen their health care costs soar. Can he assure them that if this plan is put in place, that they will be able to cover those costs?
If this plan is put in place, every single American who has health care in the United States will see lower costs as a result. They will see more transparency, All of these proposals that are within the Great Healthcare Plan are incredibly popular with the American people, and they will impact everyone, not just a small fraction of those who are within the healthcare marketplace, but every single American will continue to see their costs go down. And I will note that they already are with respect to prescription drug prices. When you look at what the president has done with most favored nations, you've seen these big pharmaceutical companies in the Oval Office saying that this president and his team were nonstop, around the clock, pressuring us and negotiating with us to lower the cost of prescription drugs for Americans. And we are already seeing that to the tune, in some cases, of more than 500%. And that Trump RX website is something that the administration will be formally launching very soon, so Americans will have access to those lower costs of drugs. Josh.
Thank you. The president has called on credit card companies to lower the cap rate to 10% effective the 20th next week. If they don't do that, what's his what'll he do? What's the threat?
Well, tariffs? No, I'm just kidding. The president certainly has an expectation, Josh, that the credit card companies will do this, just as he did with the pharmaceutical companies, that they will lower costs for American consumers. I don't have a specific consequence to outline for you, but certainly this is an expectation and, frankly, a demand that the president has made.
And can you give us an update on the Fed? Sorry. There was some reporting from, I think, Fox Business that Rick Reeder had an interview this week scheduled. The president's indicated he's already made a selection, or at least he's settling on someone. Where is he in that process, and when can we expect an announcement? Is he still doing interviews?
Look, the president is in the same place as you all have been asking about this for many, many weeks. He's in a decision-making phase. There are a few people who he likes very much for this job, maybe less than that. The truth is, like with all decisions, it's a decision for the president to make. And he said to Reuters in that interview last night that he thinks he'll be finally making that decision in the next couple of weeks. So we will see.
And very quickly, there's been some criticism from other governments about Grok and XAI, the Twitter AI bot, and things it's been doing to manipulate images, including whether that would violate the Take It Down Act that the First Lady has supported. We've not heard from this administration on it. Elon Musk says that they've disabled that, but I wanted to ask you whether the administration has a position and whether that's something that you will be pursuing, or whether the president has talked to Mr. Musk about that.
Yes, I will talk to the Office of Science and Technology, and we will get you a firm statement and answer on exactly where the administration stands. I don't want to speak on that without speaking with the experts on it. Yes.
Just to follow up on the health care plan, one of the things in the Affordable Care Act was coverage of pre-existing conditions. Is there any discussion or inclusion on that issue in the president's plan?
The president's plan that he outlined today will have no impact on individuals in this country with pre-existing conditions. Obviously, that's a continued conversation that the White House will have with Congress, but that's not the president's intention with the Great Healthcare Plan. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Two questions on Minneapolis.
And then you. Go ahead.
Thanks. Two questions on Minneapolis, one on the ICE agent, the other on the rioting. I believe last night there were protesters or rioters that rifled through an FBI car, took weapons. We had a reporter embedded with ICE who said that she saw constant harassment all evening. Can you speak to the rhetoric we're hearing from Democrat politicians, whether they are causing violence against ICE, as well as some of the headlines we've seen, not including the full story?
Yeah, I mean, to your first point, I think I've addressed that these Democrat governors and mayors in not just Minnesota, but in states across the country are essentially, they've referred to ICE agents who, again, are brave men and women. And I would encourage everyone in this room, and I would encourage Governor Walz and other Democrats who are demeaning law enforcement to sit down and have a cup of coffee with an ICE agent or a Border Patrol agent. These are great, patriotic men and women who have families, who put on the uniform every day and are following our nation's immigration laws at the direction of their bosses and again, at the direction of the law. They are simply trying to enforce the law. And the Democrat Party has demeaned these individuals. They've even referred to them as Nazis and as the Gestapo. And that is absolutely leading to the violence we're seeing in the streets. If you look at some of the images out of Minneapolis last night, look at this vehicle. Look at what it says. It says F ICE. You have these individuals who are putting their middle finger, proudly so, at the camera. Another ICE individual, a vehicle that was vandalized last night by these left-wing agitators. People don't do this without encouragement from people in power who make them feel like it's okay. Here's another one. And I'm pretty sure this car, you can't see it, said the best agent is a dead agent or something to that effect. This is despicable rhetoric that we're seeing, and the media is absolutely complicit in this violence, because if you look at the headline from CNN, protests erupt after federal agent shoots man in Minneapolis, that is not the story, that is not the truth. If you actually want to know the truth, you can look at what the Department of Homeland Security released, which is that this ICE agent was executing a targeted operation against a Venezuelan illegal alien who was unlawfully present in the country. And when this ICE agent tried to detain the individual, 3 more of his comrades came rushing out of a house and started ambushing and attacking the ICE agent. They used a shovel or a broom to smash his face in. And so yes, that agent had to use self-defense and take up his weapon to protect his own life. That is what's happening on the streets of Minneapolis. That's what's happening on the streets, unfortunately, of these Democrat-run cities and states where you have elected officials who are encouraging such violence against our brave men and women in law enforcement.
Thank you, Caroline. 2 questions. First, a follow-up on one of my colleagues who asked you about the president's interview with Reuters. You said that he was joking about canceling the elections, but Americans for generations have fought and died for democracy, for this democracy. Are you saying that the president finds the idea of canceling elections funny?
Andrew, were you in the room? No, you weren't. I was in the room. I heard the conversation, and only someone like you would take that so seriously and pose it as a question in that way.
Second,
Caroline,
next
Thank you, Caroline. Senator Elizabeth Warren said that the president called her earlier this week to discuss caps on credit card interest rates. I'm curious, would the president work with her and other Democrats in Congress on a legislative fix to this issue?
I think the president would work in good faith with anyone in Congress for a good legislative fix that would benefit the American people. And that's precisely why he called Senator Warren earlier this week on that matter.
Thanks, Caroline. Earlier you were just defending ICE agents generally, and earlier on Secretary Noem spoke to the media, and she said, among other things, that they are doing everything correctly. 32 people died in ICE custody last year. 170 US citizens were detained by ICE, and Renee Good was shot in the head and killed by an ICE agent. How does that equate to them doing everything correctly?
Why was Renee Good unfortunately and tragically killed?
Are you asking me my opinion? Because an ICE agent acted recklessly and killed her unjustifiably.
Oh, okay. So you're a biased reporter with a left-wing opinion.
What do you want me to do?
Yeah, because you're a left-wing hack. You're not a reporter. You're posing in this room as a journalist, and it's so clear by the premise of your question. And you and the people in the media who have such biases but fake like you're a journalist, you shouldn't even be sitting in that seat. But you're pretending like you're a journalist, but you're a left-wing activist. And the question that you just raised and your answer proves your bias. You should be reporting on the facts. You should be reporting on the cases. Do you have the numbers of how many American citizens were killed at the hands of illegal aliens who ICE is trying to remove from this country? I bet you don't. I bet you didn't even read up on those stories. I bet you never even read about Laken Riley or Jocelyn Nungray or all of the innocent Americans who were killed at the hands of illegal aliens in this country. And the brave men and women of ICE are doing everything in their power to remove those heinous individuals and make our communities safer. And shame on people like you in the media who have a crooked view and have a biased view and pretend like you're a real honest journalist. Kelly.
Caroline, 2 quick questions on Iran. I wanted to ask first, just if you can say, how close was the president to potentially launching strikes last night, and was it the Gulf states that convinced him not to do that, as some in the region there have said?
Well, look, Kelly, I know there's been a lot of speculation in the media about what the president is going to do at any given moment or any given night. And I would say a lot of these stories, to be honest with you, I've been reading them, and they've been based on anonymous sources who are pretending or guessing to know the president's thinking. The truth is, only President Trump knows what he's going to do, and a very, very small team of advisors are read into his thinking on that. And as I just told you, he continues to closely monitor the situation on the ground in Iran. And as we saw yesterday, he had heard that the killings and executions would stop, and we have seen 800 people, their lives have been spared as a result of that. The president continues to closely monitor, but also keep all of his options on the table.
Caroline, 2 separate questions.
Sure.
On the Machado meeting first, what is it that the president feels that he needs to hear from her or from the opposition party that he hadn't heard prior to today, or he wanted to hear in the meeting, to be able to convince him to commit to some sort of a timeline for elections?
I'm not sure the president is going into such the meeting with expectations like you just laid out, Fran. I don't think he needs to hear anything from Ms. Machado. I think generally this is a meeting that the president was willing to take and willing to accept to meet Ms. Machado in person and to just have a frank and positive discussion about what's taking place in Venezuela. That's all.
And on the subject of Greenland, Jeff Landry, the president's special envoy for Greenland, wasn't in the White House meeting yesterday. Can you say why that was and what exactly the role he is playing in these conversations about acquiring Greenland?
Well, the Vice President and the Secretary of State were present for that meeting, and the meeting, it was a productive meeting. It was a good meeting, and in that meeting, the two sides agreed to really establish a working group of individuals who will continue to have technical talks on the acquisition of Greenland. Those talks will take place, I'm told, every 2 to 3 weeks, so this is a conversation the administration intends to keep having with the Danes and with the respected delegation from Greenland. But the president has made his priority quite clear. He wants the United States to acquire Greenland. He thinks it's in our best national security to do that.
There have been multiple instances of American citizens being detained by ICE, and I'm wondering what the administration is asking the agency to do, or what steps is the administration asking the agency to take to ensure that Americans are not wrongly arrested?
Obviously, ICE is focused on detaining individuals who are unlawfully present in the country. And there have been hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens who have been arrested and detained and deported from this country by ICE over the course of the last year. And that's their intention, and that is their goal.
Elizabeth. Thank you, Caroline. What about when Greenland reportedly sent troops over there? Does that change at all what the president is doing on this? And then a second question. Yesterday, in a Senate help hearing, Senator Josh Hawley repeatedly asked a doctor if men can get pregnant, and she did not directly answer that. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, to your first question on Greenland, I don't think troops in Europe impact the president's decision-making process, nor does it impact his goal of the acquisition of Greenland at all. To your second question, I mean, anyone in their right mind with common sense who's speaking honestly and candidly will say that men cannot get pregnant. And I think I can attest to that myself. So thank you all very much.
All right, that was the White House press briefing. There you go. Thank you for joining. I want to point out what she said about Iran as we wait for the Security Council meeting on Iran, which is coming up in 1 hour and 13 minutes. We came on early so we could cover the White House press briefing. But coming up, we're going to have live coverage of the UN Security Council meeting on Iran. And we will have that for you. But, you know, she said she was asked about Iran, and she did say that she said something like that the president said if the killing continues, Iran will face some kind of punishment. And also, she pointed out that 800 executions were halted, she claimed. So, I mean, the language that she was saying sounds like, it didn't sound like the language of a White House that's getting ready to do some kind of strike on Iran. But who knows? But I'm going to replay that. Hey, let me say a couple quick thanks here. Thanks to Sense96, Jolly Lollipop, Bonin the Carbarian for your support, Tracy Thrush, Veritas Justice, Memnon, and Cynthia Moon, and also Anonymous Gifter and Marketing Bully and Who Shot JR over on Twitch. And also, quick thanks to our moderators who are here as we get closer to this UN Security Council meeting. We're going to be bringing that to you live. Janet B. is there and moderating right now on YouTube. 13 Alamo, Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star. I Got That Fire, Mark HNC. Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev on Twitch. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Kay Lowry Body over there on Facebook modding. Thanks, Kay. And I want to go back, and Margaret Riley's modding too, thank you. Let's replay what Carolyn Levitt said about Iran when she was asked about it towards the start of the briefing. I need to pull it up here, so just give me a second. But she talked about the 800 executions canceled, she said.
confirm a member of the press or whether it's an employee or a federal agency who breaks the law.
Hang on, let me just, I don't need these on. Give me 1 second. I'm just pulling up the part where she talked about. Here it is. Here is the question about Iran and what she had to say about it. Okay, so here it is. Moments ago. I got to say moments ago. What did you think about this? Now remember, previously, just a couple days ago, President Trump posted on his Truth Social that help was on the way for the protesters. So now maybe the White House position will end up being, well, they don't need help anymore because they've stopped killing people. If it's true they've stopped killing people, I don't know. That seems to be the White House line right now. Okay, so here is the Q&A moments ago.
Jackie. Thank you, Caroline. I wanted to get the White House reaction to Iranian state TV broadcasting an implicit threat to the president's life. It was images of the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, according to reports, with the message, "This time it will not go wrong."
I have not seen that, to be honest with you, Jackie. We'll take a look, and I'll let the president and his national security team examine that footage to ensure its legitimacy. Again, I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on it. What I will say with respect to Iran is that the president and his team have communicated to the Iranian regime that if the killing continues, there will be grave consequences. And the president received a message, as he revealed to all of you and the whole world yesterday, that the killing and the executions will stop. And the president understands today that 800 executions that were scheduled and supposed to take place yesterday were halted. And so the president and his team are closely monitoring this situation, and all options remain on the table for the president.
Netanyahu encouraged him against strikes.
Look, it's true that President spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu, but I would never details about their conversation without giving the expressed approval by the president himself.
Okay, so you heard what she said. Hold on a moment. And she said 800. Did she? I'm so confused as to when she said 800. Hold on.
Is that the president and his team have communicated to the Iranian regime that if the killing continues, there will be grave consequences. And the president received a message, as he revealed to all of you and the whole world yesterday, that the killing and the executions will stop. And the president understands today that 800 executions that were scheduled and supposed to take place yesterday were halted. And so the president and his team are closely monitoring this situation, and all options remain on the table for the president.
Okay, so she said that Trump said to Iran, if the killing continues, there will be grave consequences. And he's been told by them that the killing will stop, and the White House believes that 800 executions that were supposed to take place yesterday didn't happen. So does that mean that there's no military strikes right now in the works? I don't know. I have no idea. What do you guys think about this? What do you guys think? Let me read some comments from you guys. Endless says Trump is totally bailing on the Iranian people. Our viewer, Proud Patriot, says 20,000 already killed, but 800 suddenly halted my butt. Snipin says help is on the way. Alicia McDonald says, I think it's going down. Cindy M says stalling for time. Hang on a second here. Chris N says, we'll see. Susan Priest Buchner says, I don't believe a thing that Iran says. Stali says, so much for the red line. Maybe we'll do a quick poll question. That poll question is, will Trump attack Iran to protect the protesters? I'm going to do this poll right now and show you what you guys think about this. Sorry, Facebook, they have not fixed the polls on Facebook, unfortunately. Okay. So, but again, very interesting language from the White House press secretary saying President Trump says, if the killing continues. Remember, President Trump originally, I think it was last week, said the original line from President Trump was, if Iran kills protesters, we're going to have a response. Now, what the White House press secretary today said is, if the killing continues. That's different than if there is killing. All right, let's see what you guys had to say about this. I said, will Trump attack Iran to protect the protesters? On YouTube, we have right now 52% say yes. 48% say no. YouTube is divided. Then on Twitch, 60% say no, 40% say yes. Let's see here. Jasper says the protesters are already dead. There's no more protection for them. Chris N says, I like a president who is flexible and does the right thing. Barbara LaFrance says, I voted no. Chance of a major war is too great. Ross Steele thinks he may attack, but the protesters are only a pretense. R9337S thinks it'll be a week or so before we have enough assets to begin any strikes. I don't know that it's been confirmed that there were reports last night claiming that a aircraft carrier group was heading to the Middle East from the South China Sea, but I don't know that that's been officially confirmed. Again, the New York Times reported today that, thanks for voting in our poll, by the way. So again, we have 53% say yes, 47% say no on YouTube. Will Trump attack Iran to protect the protesters? And 58% no, 41% yes on Twitch. Give me a moment here. You know, people are writing in, so I want to make sure I'm checking things and checking for other updates. Okay, hang on one moment here. 1 hour and 1 minute until the UN Security Council meeting on Iran. We are going to have that live for you. Okay, let's talk more about Iran. I have a little update here. Okay, I have an update report from Lara Seligman, who is with the Wall Street Journal. Lara Seligman from Wall Street Journal reports, advisors told Trump, again, this is a report from Lara Seligman of the Wall Street Journal. Advisors told Trump that the U.S. would need more military firepower in the Middle East, both to launch a large-scale strike and protect American forces in the region, and also to protect American forces in the region and allies like Israel should Iran retaliate. The president is expected to order an aircraft carrier, the USS Abraham Lincoln, from the South China Sea to the Middle East. So Wall Street Journal has a new story. Trump was told attack on Iran would not guarantee collapse of regime. President was advised U.S. military would need more firepower to launch a large-scale strike and protect American forces. The Wall Street Journal says President Trump will for now monitor how Tehran handles protesters before deciding on the scope of a potential attack. And U.S. officials and Middle Eastern partners told the White House the regime was unlikely to fall after a massive bombing campaign, which could spark a broader conflict. Smaller assault packages, meanwhile, could boost morale among protesters, but ultimately not change the regime's final crackdown against dissenters. Wow. So this is new from the Wall Street Journal. I'm going to post this. So let's see. Hang on a moment. I got to get this. Let me just read you a couple of those quotes again. You can go to the Wall Street Journal, read the whole article. All right, here again, the Wall Street Journal has new reporting just out from the Wall Street Journal about what advisors told President Trump. I just want to get this posted here. Thanks for your patience as I get this posted. Okay, so again, a couple quotes from this Wall Street Journal new report. The Wall Street Journal says President Trump was advised that a large-scale strike against Iran was unlikely to make the government fall and could spark a wider conflict, and for now, President Trump will monitor how Tehran handles protesters before deciding on the scope of a potential attack. Also, the Wall Street Journal says The U.S. officials and Middle Eastern partners told the White House the regime was unlikely to fall after a massive bombing campaign which could instead spark a broader conflict. Smaller assault packages, meanwhile, could boost morale among protesters, but ultimately not change the regime's crackdown against dissenters, the officials said. Is this true? I don't know. That's what the Wall Street Journal is reporting. L. Lowe says, look, there's nothing we can do to stop another government unaliving their own people. Let's be real here. No one wants to go to Iran. Our viewer, Toto Ruku Kukuru, or something like that, whatever it is, said, backtracking when there's no easy solutions. Not Danny says, why can't he take them down like Maduro? Well, to be clear, what President Trump and the U.S. did in Venezuela is not take them down as in the regime. Specifically, the U.S. in Venezuela captured the leader and his wife. The rest of the regime is still there. So, in theory, the U.S. could try to capture the supreme leader. Would that stop the attacks on protesters? I don't know. Just capturing the supreme leader? Our viewer, Jay Storm, thinks there will be an attack on Saturday morning, I think it was. So I don't know. You know, the Wall Street Journal report suggests that President Trump isn't attacking anytime soon. Who knows, though? Somebody might say, well, the U.S. is putting that out there, so Iran won't be expecting anything. But we just heard, as I mentioned, it didn't sound to me like, at least when we just heard the White House press secretary talk about Iran, didn't sound like an attack was about to happen. I'm going to play it again. I'll play you again what the press secretary said. Here's what the press secretary said moments ago. I'll play it again.
Caroline, I wanted to get the White House reaction to Iranian state TV broadcasting an implicit threat to the president's life. It was images of the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, according to reports, with the message, "This time it will not go wrong."
I have not seen that, to be honest with you, Jackie. We'll take a look, and I'll let the president and his national security team examine that footage to ensure its legitimacy. Again, I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on it. What I will say with respect to Iran is that the president and his team have communicated to the Iranian regime that if the killing continues, there will be grave consequences. And the president received a message, as he revealed to all of you and the whole world yesterday, that the killing and the executions will stop. And the president understands today that 800 executions that were scheduled and supposed to take place yesterday were halted. And so the president and his team are closely monitoring this situation, and all options remain on the table for the president.
Netanyahu encouraged him against strikes.
Look, it's true that the president spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu, but I would never details about their conversation without giving the expressed approval by the president himself.
So what we've heard from the president the last couple of days, the press secretary, is that Iran has told the U.S. that there's going to be no more killing, no more executions. The killings have stopped. You heard the press secretary said, we believe they canceled 800 executions. I mean, that doesn't sound like language you use when you're about to strike somebody, but I don't know. Who knows? Just a reminder also what Trump ally Lindsey Graham posted yesterday, which was quite interesting. Lindsey Graham said, every indication that every indication that I've seen says that the Iranian regime's killing of protesters is still very much in full swing. The death toll is mounting by the hour, hoping that help is on the way. He posted that yesterday. Sam O'Neill says perhaps they made a deal with the U.S. Give me 1 second here. Natif says, so 12,000 killed isn't enough? Justified says, this ambiguity is killing me. Our viewer, where is it here? Docport says, since when can you take Iran's word for real? Hang on 1 second here. We're going to take some more of your comments. Again, coming up in less than 49 minutes, we're going to have live coverage of the UN Security Council meeting on Iran. This is an emergency meeting that was requested by the US, and we're going to have live coverage of it coming up. Aaron Stevens thinks it's all about deception, apparently what the White House is saying. Denim Donut says, since when can you take Trump's word for real? Give me 1 second here. By the way, speaking of the Iran protests, there are reports suggesting that there are maybe fewer protests going on. Maybe because of the violent crackdown that many reports say have killed thousands of people. The Institute for the Study of War said that they recorded 0 protests based on the information they'd been able to see yesterday. But the regime is sustaining repressive measures that impose a significant cost on the regime. For example, the internet blackout is still on. This suggests the regime does not perceive that the threat from protests has subsided. But they say again, they recorded 0 protests yesterday. Did they? Let me just see with the Institute for the Study of War what they said about this in their report yesterday. Hang on. Yeah, you can see this is from the Institute for the Study of War, which is a group that does analysis of military conflicts. I really like the website, understandingwar.org. Again, they say they recorded 0 protests. Now they have acknowledged in the past that with this internet crackdown, there could be protests going on they don't know about. The widespread deployment of security patrols is likely contributing to the decrease in recorded protest activity because these patrols are likely deterring some Iranians from participating in protests, says the Institute for the Study of War. The sustained mobilization of security forces increases the risk that the regime will burn out these forces, potentially diminishing their willingness and ability to continue to suppress protesters. Security forces are patrolling streets in towns and cities across Iran to prevent Iranians from holding demonstrations. The regime has also suggested it will sustain its nationwide internet shutdown for at least another week, says the Institute for the Study of War. Internet shutdowns have a detrimental effect on the Iranian economy, and a sustained shutdown will likely worsen the poor economic conditions that triggered the protest movement. Institute for the Study of War also says the regime will likely succeed in quelling this resistance if it can retain the loyalty of security forces and prevent those who are resisting security forces from successfully challenging the regime's ability and willingness to sustain its crackdown. The regime has not indicated any intention to stop using lethal force and brutality to quell the current unrest. The most likely way for protesters to be successful would be through the defection of security forces, because protesters are unlikely to degrade the regime's ability to sustain its crackdown. Security forces are the basis of the regime's stability, and the loss of security forces' willingness to suppress unrest could pose an existential threat to the regime. We have not observed reports of defections, although back on January 9th, the Revolutionary Guard reported it is dealing with possible acts of abandonment. Okay, so that's what I'm going to post the link to the Institute for the Study of War update. You can read the whole thing there if you want. But you can also hear, I was just going to show you this as well. AP reports Iran's nationwide protests appear increasingly smothered after crackdown and internet outage. Just make sure here you're not going to see. Okay. The nationwide protests challenging Iran's theocracy appeared increasingly smothered today, a week after authorities shut the country off from the world and escalated a bloody crackdown that activists say has killed at least 2,637 people. The prospect of U.S. retaliation for the deaths of protesters still hung over the region, though President Trump signaled a possible de-escalation, saying the killing appeared to be ending. In Iran's capital, Tehran, witnesses said recent mornings showed no new signs of bonfires lit the night before or debris in the streets. The sound of gunfire, which had been intense for several nights, has also faded. That tanker guy, our viewer says, kind of sad. The people tried, and when Trump left them, they realized they won't win. Sevenfold says, help is on the way, Iran. DX Adder thinks the protests are over. Again, 41 minutes till the Security Council meeting on Iran. David Schwab says, what does security forces mean? I'm not an expert on Iran, but there are various groups. There's the Revolutionary Guard. There's the regular military. Well, there's Revolutionary Guard, there's the Basij, which is a paramilitary group, which I know enforces things, and there may be other groups as well. There are multiple groups that enforce security in Iran. That I do know. Sabrina, our viewer, Sabrina Kashi, thinks help is not going to come. Oh, there's also, I'm looking online, I'm seeing there's also a conventional uniform police force. That's another group that enforces security there in Iran. All right, we might have some video from the from early at the UN. We'll have to see if we get any early video before the Security Council meeting. I was also going to see if I could find any more reporting on, again, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that, just to repeat this, interesting report from the Wall Street Journal. They are reporting that Trump was told an attack on Iran would not guarantee the collapse of the regime. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that the president was advised that the U.S. military would need more firepower to launch a large-scale attack and protect American forces. They're reporting that President Trump has decided that for now, he will monitor how Tehran handles protesters before deciding on the scope of a potential attack. Also, multiple outlets like the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times are reporting that U.S. allies in the region have been telling Trump not to attack Iran. The Wall Street Journal does say that Trump is expected to order an aircraft carrier to the Middle East. And that would take around a week to show up. So News Nation reported that last night. Wall Street Journal said it today. It hasn't happened yet, but that would take about a week for the aircraft carrier to get there. Also, the New York Times is reporting that Israel and Arab nations have been telling Trump to postpone any attack on Iran. And that Netanyahu spoke to Trump yesterday, said the New York Times. And that Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Oman, and Egypt have all asked the Trump administration not to attack Iran. So what is going to happen? Let's take some more of your comments here. Shadow Powerful thinks it's a massive betrayal. It's me says Netanyahu doesn't want to get spanked. Angus McWhirter says overthrowing Iran will create more chaos than what is currently going on. Gary Baines thinks the U.S. won't be doing anything. Thomas Smith says, well, those countries asking the U.S. to not attack need to step up and stop genocide. Aliens Are Real says, bombing Iran would just be starting a war for the people under the guise of helping them. So backwards, not in favor. NA says protesters are not on the streets because of curfews and I think crackdown. NA means they're not allowed to leave their homes and armed forces are on the streets. I don't believe we can track those Navy ships in real time. I don't believe. I'd be surprised if we could go on to a tracker and see Navy ships in real time, at least ones that might be involved in active actions. For example, Grampus Greasus says, some you can see. I mean, I went to, where is this here? I went to marine traffic to look up the USS Eisenhower. I believe the last position for it is like in 2024. But again, I haven't really checked. Now, Sammy said that you could track large ships on daily commercial imaging satellites if skies are clear, which is an interesting thought. Okay, hang on a moment here. So we are waiting 32 minutes till the UN Security Council meeting on Iran. Hey, let me thank a couple people here. Thanks to Janet B., our moderator, for the memberships. That's so nice of you, Janet B. And thanks for your support, Janet B. Very kind of you. Thanks so much, Janet B. Also, Craig Talbert. Craig thinks it's the eye of the storm, and this is just a pause before the impossible happens. Thank you, Craig. Thanks the comment section, 9877, who thinks 20,000 dead protesters is the new false narrative. Again, different outlets have different estimates. What are they called? HRANA, which is a widely cited group, the Human Rights Activist News Agency. Their current estimate is, I want to say, over 2,600 deaths during the protests, I think. I have to... They haven't come out with one today. Yesterday, they had it at over 2,400 deaths, but they might have updated it today among protesters. Thank you also to Sens96 and Vapeco and Essie Yuk. Essie Hook says, 800 regime said, do you believe this? Far more greater than this. I think Essie Hook means I have not heard from my family in Iran the last 8 days. I think Essie Hook meant to say. So again, the White House today claimed that Iran told them, or the White House today claimed that 800 executions scheduled for the past day in Iran got canceled. Hey, thanks very much to Golden Kitty 87 for the memberships. That's really nice of you. Please make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift membership like Golden Kitty did, or a gift subscription. Also, hey, shout out to our moderators, Keisha Fowler, Beth Mythical. Thanks for moderating. Over Janet B over on YouTube. I really appreciate it. I know Cynthia Moon was over there. Also, we have moderating on Twitch. 13 Alamo, Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev, K. Lowry Body, Paul Anderson on Facebook, Margaret Riley. And thanks, by the way, for subscribing, Irene Sebastian Arroyo. Thank you for subscribing on Facebook. Also, Christy Claft. Thanks for subscribing over there. Kristen McConnell Gates, thanks for subscribing and for the Facebook stars. Helen Anderson, thanks for subscribing. Susan Priest Buchner, thanks for subscribing. I appreciate it. And thanks, Helen Anderson, for the stars as well. Thanks, Helen. And as I thank Darlene Carrick and Suzanne Priest Buchner for the stars earlier. Thank you so much. Linda Bell, Larry Misha moderating for us on X. Less than 30 minutes, 29 minutes until the 29 minutes until the the UN Security Council meeting on Iran, which we're going to be bringing you live. Hey, shout out to Fargo Bitwise for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks also London Real for gifting a subscriber on Twitch. Thanks Farside for subscribing on Twitch. And Who Shot JR and Marketing Bully and Cognizant Clay for your support. Dan Lampkin says, thinks Trump was told by his advisor that if Iran should be bombed for killing innocent protesters, then so should America? That's what Dan Lampkin said. Hey, thank you, Dan Lampkin. I think Dan was joking. Thank you so much, Dan, for writing in and for watching. And thank you so much. Hey, SoCal Girl. That's very nice of you, SoCal Girl. Thank you. And also Sens96. Sens96 thinks discussed U.S. action in Iran is likely a distraction from the Greenland plan. That's what Sen96 thinks. Sen96 thinks acquisition plans are in place for Greenland. Maybe we'll have more streaming on the Greenland situation in future days and weeks. Thanks also everybody else who's watching. So 27 and a half minutes till the Security Council meeting. We're bringing you live coverage of that on Iran. Also trying to bring you the latest updates here. The Wall Street Journal in their article says, tensions in the region soared yesterday when officials said the Pentagon had begun relocating personnel and equipment away from key facilities in the Middle East, including Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, where the U.S. maintains thousands of troops as well as bombers, tanker aircraft, fighter jets, surveillance planes, and drones. It was not immediately clear what specific assets were being relocated, but the move could be seen as a precautionary one ahead of possible Iranian retaliation to U.S. strikes. Later Wednesday, though, President Trump's assertion that Iran had halted its deadly clampdown signaled a possible de-escalation. We've been told, Trump said yesterday, that the killing in Iran is stopping, that there's no plan for executions. We're going to watch and see, he added. He told CBS News on Tuesday the U.S. will take very strong action if Iran executes protesters. In recent days, human rights groups had expressed concerns about the fate of Efron Saltani, a 26-year-old clothing merchant who was arrested last week during the height of the protests. His family was told he was scheduled to be executed yesterday, but later was told the execution had been postponed. Iran's Judiciary Media Center confirmed today that Soltani had been detained, but said he was facing imprisonment rather than the death penalty on charges that included propaganda activities, including against security services, and a member of a human rights group that focuses on Iran said her group did not believe the peril to Soltani, along with thousands of others the government has imprisoned during the protests, has passed. She said Iran's regime has postponed executions after pressure from foreign governments or human rights groups, only to implement the sentences later. Yes, 3 ET on the screen means 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I have the countdown clock, 24 minutes until the UN Security Council meeting on Iran. We're bringing it to you live. Oh, and I might have some video from there earlier. Hold on a second. What is this? No, I don't need that. So, what is going to happen? Is President Trump going to hold off for now on attacking Iran? Is he going to order an aircraft carrier to the Middle East, which would take like a week to get there? A lot of people thought the U.S. might attack last night. Orange Man Goods says this battle was won by Iran. Now they are interrogating the captures. Soon they will know, if not already, who exactly the players were. Expect these revelations today, says Orange Man Good. Ron F. says, in Iran, you cannot disagree or you face jail or death. BG Gamer thinks nothing's going to happen there. Oh, I was going to check. Hold on a second here. This is what I need to check. The USS Abraham Lincoln. That's the one that the Wall Street Journal says Trump is going to order possibly to the Middle East. So I went to marinetraffic.com, which is a marine tracking, a ship tracking and marine analytics provider, marinetraffic.com. And and to see what their tracking is for this is when I believe this is the USS Abraham Lincoln right here. And you can see it says vessel is out of range, position received 21 days ago. Although I will say I don't do the like there's a very expensive package on marine traffic you can get with like better tracking. So maybe if I did that, they would have more tracking. I don't know if they would actually. But anyways, again, I have a hard time thinking you can live track these kind of ships, generally speaking. Daryl Moore says free marine tracker only tracks 100 miles offshore. Is that true? I don't know. Anyways. Hey, thanks Benny Hill for the gift memberships. Thanks also Matthew Stevenson, who says, how about the Epstein files? Never forget. Most of the Epstein files have not been released still. It's a whole other thing. Toker says you're not going to be able to track it if it's going somewhere. Cute Kitten says they need to, I think she means help the protesters so they do not die in prison by other means. I know we have shown this already, but I do want to just, before we get to the UN Security Council meeting, which has come up, I do want to once again, so you know where the White House stands, play you what the White House said today about what the press secretary said about Iran today. Hang on. I just have to make it say earlier. This is at the White House press briefing, which we watched a short while ago.
Thank you, Caroline. I wanted to get the White House reaction to Iranian state TV broadcasting an implicit threat to the president's life. It was images of the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, according to reports, with the message, "This time it will not go wrong."
I have not seen that, to be honest with you, Jackie. We'll take a look, and I'll let the president and his national security team examine that footage to ensure its legitimacy. Again, I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on it. What I will say with respect to Iran is that the president and his team have communicated to the Iranian regime that if the killing continues, there will be grave consequences. And the president received a message, as he revealed to all of you and the whole world yesterday, that the killing and the executions will stop. And the president understands today that 800 executions that were scheduled and supposed to take place yesterday were halted. And so the president and his team are closely monitoring this situation, and all options remain on the table for the president.
Netanyahu encouraged him against strikes.
Look, it's true that the president spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu, but I would never details about their conversation without giving the expressed approval by the president himself. Ouija.
Okay. Let's see. Sativa, our viewer, says 800. What WTH is this? Thomas Wake says that's not what he said before. He said if they kill anyone, he would do something. Yeah, I was saying now what she said today was if they continue to kill people, there will be grave consequences. Hey, thanks so much to Bahram K from Canada, who says, as an Iranian resident in Canada, I can tell you the regime has taken people hostage for U.S. not to attack, and more than 12,000 have been killed so far. That's what Bahram thinks. Thank you, Bahram. Shiva's Snakes thinks this is another version of the bombers are going to Venezuela, but they actually were on the way to Iran. He's bluffing again. You mean that they're acting like they're not going to do anything, but they are? Is that the idea? By the way, Maria Corina Machado entered the West Wing around noon and left it shortly before 2:30 p.m., and she's going to go to the Capitol and meet with some senators there. She met with President Trump today, the first time they ever met in person. Oh, Reuters says Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado says her meeting with Trump went very well, but she would not say if she gave him her Nobel Peace Prize, as she previously suggested she might. That's according to Phil Stewart from Reuters. All right, we're waiting just 15 minutes until the UN Security Council meeting. As soon as I get the video, I will put it on for you, but no video yet. Should get it a few minutes early. Yellow says maybe it's a double bluff, acting like they're doing anything, but actually they're not. Krista D. Locke says, last night was crazy. I'm so confused. Joseph mentioned to me that Penn Pizza report on X says various pizzerias nearby the Pentagon are reporting above average traffic. They were reporting similar things last night. Alex Malarkey, our viewer, says, do we want to live in a world where a country can slaughter thousands of its own people and not face severe consequences? Oh, PW360 mentioned that Axios is reporting that Trump delays airstrikes as aides and Israel express concerns. That's what Axios is reporting. Again, Axios says Trump is delaying a decision on striking Iran as the White House consults internally and with allies about the timing for such an operation and whether it would meaningfully destabilize the regime. That's from Axios. Trump's decision to pause has exposed deep uncertainty inside the administration and among allies about the risks of a strike that punishes Iran while inviting major retaliation. Thanks PW360 for mentioning that. So Axios says, President Trump is delaying a decision on striking Iran as the White House consults internally and with allies about the timing for such an operation and whether it would meaningfully destabilize the regime. And they also say the military option remains firmly on the table, but Trump's decision to pause has exposed deep uncertainty inside the administration among allies about the risks of a strike that punishes Iran while inviting major retaliation. Hey, thanks, Monkey de Gabe. Thank you. Who thinks there may be concern about toppling the regime without securing any and all nuclear material they may have. Don't want rogue agents disappearing with it. That's from Monkey de Gabe. Thank you so much. Just 10 minutes till the UN Security Council meeting on Iran. Okay, hang on a moment here. Give me a moment here. So a bunch of reporting suggesting that a military strike on Iran is not imminent if it's going to happen at all. I'm waiting to get video. Oh, I have stakeout video from the UN. I have video from outside the room at the UN. So I'm going to put that up on the screen right now. I'm going to put the video from outside the Security Council at the UN up on the screen right now. Oh, hold on a second. I got the video. I got it. We don't need that. I got this. Oh my gosh, look at this. Via Reuters. Hang on. Need to get it on the screen. Oh my gosh, look at this. Oh my gosh. Wow, we got it. I got to get my headphones on. Look at this. Thank you, Richard Provitz. UN headquarters. They're turning down the volume. Yes, Jeff says, did we initiate this meeting? The U.S. requested this meeting yesterday. You know what I need to do real quick? I need to do one other thing real quick, just to do a little prep here. That is obviously not the video. That is the graphic they put up before the actual meeting. Sparky says American hypocrisy missiles incoming? Thank you, Elijah Denton, for your support. Appreciate everybody who has tuned in for this coverage. When the clock is right on this, it says right on the screen. It says 3 places on the screen. 3 p.m. Eastern Time, less than 5 minutes. Again, that is not a video of the room. The room is not empty. That is the graphic they put up. It is a photo of the room that they put on the graphic before it'll cut to the actual, the live shot of the room. Yes, as one of our viewers said, it's just a thumbnail picture of the room. Why is Iran not in the title? I don't know exactly, but this was called to discuss Iran. So about 2.5 minutes, we should get the live video. Allison Lanham says the UN is a joke anyway. I'm surprised the U.S. even called for a meeting. I Am English thinks nothing is going to happen. I mean, given that the permanent members each have a veto, I don't think anything will be agreed to that's, some huge resolution. But it'll be interesting to hear the countries discuss what they think about this. Vorlad says this is purely to warn China to stay out of it. Jane Jones says, I'm surprised the U.S. called for a UN meeting. So just in momentarily, we should be getting the live shot. Oh, I'm going to have to reposition the video when it starts so you can see the nameplates in front of the speakers. We got to make sure you can see that, the country names. I'll fix that when it starts. I don't know, do I have the order? I don't know how they make the order of the speakers. I am looking right now. Reuters has not posted an order yet, so I don't know what the order is going to be. All right, in 10 seconds, I need to get rid of the clock because that's not going to be doing us any good. All right, so we are at the start time right now. And get rid of the clock. All right, any moment now. Any moment now. Yeah, Iran will be there speaking, I'm sure. So you'll hear from Iran and the U.S. Here we go, here we go, here it is. Here it is. Wow, check that out. Check it out. It's about to start. That is the U.S. representative. We were looking at Michael Waltz. What we're going to hear? Well, I think we'll hear a bell or something. Give me a second here. Hey, thank you, Leo Z, who says, I see many Israeli strikes on Hezbollah targets these days. Maybe the U.S. is delaying because of this. That's what Leo Z says. Hey, thanks, Leo Z, for your support. I really appreciate it. Look at this at the Security Council. Wow, they're getting ready to start the meeting. I guess I should say coming up, strictly speaking, because it hasn't started yet, the meeting. Hey, thanks to Austin's Lawinski. Austin's Lawinski, thank you. Thanks again to all of our moderators. I really appreciate it. Oh, Russian Federation, Secretary General. It's getting real. It's getting real. I'm going to shrink the video a bit in a second so you guys can make sure you can see all the nameplates. Labby, our viewer, thinks it's happening. The war is coming. There is Mike Waltz, the U.S. ambassador to the UN. Oh, I got it. That is the president from Somalia. We got the council. There we go, right there. There we go. There we go. We got you now you can see the nameplates. Russian Federation studying something. Hold on. Hey, thank you, Buckman Trucker. I appreciate it. Buckman Trucker, thanks for your support. Thanks also to Ruth is moderating and Janet B right now. Thank you so much for moderating. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson. Thank you. Thanks Helen Anderson again for the Facebook stars. 13 Alamo, Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah Surly, Dev on Twitch, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Thank you so much, moderators. Thank you also, Skywalker 66666. Thank you for your support. Sorry for the delay. All right, some more people are sitting down, I think. Oh, people are sitting down. People are sitting. Breaking news. People are sitting. Timido says, chairs are deployed. Hey, thanks, I got that fire for subscribing. Thanks, 109 Zack Attack, thank you. All right, here we go. I just heard the ding, ding, ding. Here we go. It's starting. It's starting.
The 10,091st meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is the situation in the Middle East. The agenda is adopted. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the following briefers to participate in this meeting. Ms. Martha Ama Akia Pobe, Assistant Secretary General for Africa, Department of Political and Peace Building Affairs and Peace Operations. Ms. Masih Al-Nijat, journalist and political dissident. And Mr. Ahmed Batibi, human rights activist and journalist. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. I now give the floor to Ms. Martha Ama Akia-Pobe.
Mr. President, for nearly 3 weeks, popular protests in the Islamic Republic of Iran have rapidly evolved into nationwide upheaval, resulting in significant loss of life. Demonstrations started on 28 December 2025 as a group of shopkeepers in Tehran's Grand Bazaar gathered to protest the sharp collapse of the currency and soaring inflation amid a wider economic downturn and worsening living conditions. In the following days, demonstrations quickly spread throughout the country and turned into mass anti-government protests, the largest since the Women Life Freedom demonstrations of 2022. Protesters voiced grievances that went beyond long-standing economic and financial hardships. Marchers called for the downfall of the government and demanded freedom, dignity, and human rights, with some protesters chanting pro-monarchy slogans. The protests were initially peaceful, with scattered clashes between protesters and security forces, according to reports by the media, observations of our United Nations colleagues in the country, and accounts by the government of Iran. However, on the evening of 8th January, protests spread throughout Tehran and major cities. In response, the Iranian authorities imposed a near-total communications blackout, which remains largely in place today. The authorities also ordered university dormitories to be evacuated, erected concrete barriers around city centers, and reportedly used excessive force against protesters. According to media and human rights groups, security forces reportedly killed hundreds or possibly thousands of protesters and bystanders between 8th and 10th January. The United Nations is unable to verify these figures. The government of Iran has stated that it was compelled to act after what it deemed organized terrorists and rioters infiltrated the protests and opened fire on both security forces and demonstrators, aiming to provoke foreign military intervention. It has also blamed these elements for the killing of hundreds of civilians and members of the security forces. Mr. President, the Secretary General has expressed deep concern over the reported excessive use of force in Iran and stressed the urgent need to prevent further casualties. The Secretary General underscored that all Iranians must be able to express their grievances peacefully and without fear. He stressed that the rights to freedom of expression, association, and peaceful assembly enshrined in international law must be fully respected and protected. He further urged steps to restore access to information, including lifting the communications blackout. Human rights monitors report mass arrests in Iran, in connection with the current wave of protests, with estimates exceeding 18,000 detainees as of mid-January 2026, although the UN cannot verify these figures. We call on the authorities to respect due process and fair trial rights for all detainees. All must be treated humanely and allowed access and visits by their families. In particular, we call on Iran to halt any executions linked to protest-related cases. All deaths should be promptly, independently, and transparently investigated. Those responsible for any violations must be held to account in line with international norms and standards. Mr. President, the situation in Iran is fluid and deeply concerning. Protests continue, albeit reportedly at a smaller scale than last week. In this context, we note with alarm various public statements suggesting possible military strikes on Iran. This external dimension adds volatility to an already combustible situation. All efforts must be undertaken to prevent any further deterioration. The Secretary General remains convinced that all concerns regarding Iran, including those related to the nuclear issue and ongoing protests, are best addressed through diplomacy and dialogue. He urges maximum restraint at this sensitive moment and calls on all actors to refrain from any actions that could lead to further loss of life or ignite a wider regional escalation. Mr. President, the Secretary General reaffirms the principles of the Charter, including the obligation of member states to settle disputes by peaceful means and the prohibition of the threat or use of force in international relations. These principles are not abstract ideals. They are the bedrock of international peace and security. They remain as relevant today as they were when the United Nations was founded. Thank you.
I thank Ms. Pope for the briefing. I now give the floor to Ms. Masih Ali-Najat.
Hello, everyone. My name is Masih Ali-Najat. I am a woman from Iran. Mr. President, Excellency, members of the Council, I am honored to be invited by the United States to testify before United Nations Security Council. I am here today to warn you, on behalf of millions of Iranians, what is needed now to bring justice to those who order massacre in Iran is real and concrete action against a regime that do not understand the language of diplomacy. The United Nations has failed to respond with the urgency this moment demands. The Secretary General himself has not spoken publicly against the massacre unfolding in Iran. Only a written statement through his spokesperson, silence at this moment, send a signal, send a message to the killers of young protesters alongside their family members. I strongly believe that the regime in Iran heard the clear message from the Secretary General. I think the members of this body have forgotten the privilege and responsibility of sitting in this room. Secretary General, I know you hear me. I want to directly talk to you. Why are you afraid of the Islamic Republic? Millions of unarmed Iranians, innocent and unarmed protesters, have been silenced with bullets, mass arrest, prison, and a total communications blackout. No internet, no cell phones, and no landlines. They put Iran in a total darkness. I am here to bring their voices here in this room. I am here to tell you that a brutal slaughter has taken place in my beloved homeland, Iran, and it will get much worse if the world do not take serious action. Iran is facing a nationwide uprising that cuts across Iran, across the society, with a clear demand to end Islamic Republic. At the same time, a nationwide campaign by the Islamic Republic to erase it, to silence people. The protests start on December 28th, sparked by collapse of Iranian currency, but immediately turned into what Iranian people call it, a revolution, a total rejection against 47 years of tyranny and oppression. Protest spread to more than 100 cities and involved every layer of the societies. Shopkeepers, workers, teachers, nurses, and those who wave the historic lion and sun flag, and those ethnic minorities, including Kurds, Baluch, all other minorities, men and women, shoulder to shoulder in the streets. When it comes to freeing Iran, I have to say that loud and clear, that all Iranians are united. From Tehran to Tabriz, to Rash to Ahvaz, from major cities to small towns and villages that we barely even heard the names of those small towns and villages in the media. They are in the street. Millions of Iranians flooded into the streets, demanding that their money stop being stolen and sending to Hamas, to Hezbollah, to Houthi, the money of the workers, the money of innocent people who do not have now the capability of to buy a bread. The entire nation looking at freedom right now. What followed was regime using military weapons, AK-47 against innocent people. According to Iran International Media Broadcasting, the death toll has passed more than 12,000. Just a day later, CBS reported more than 20,000 people have been killed, and they are not the numbers. They are not the statistics. We don't even know the real numbers. Citizen journalists from inside Iran have sent videos showing piles and piles of body bags on the top of each other. Iranians exile. Because of the internet shutdown, they zoom in to make sure whether their relatives and their beloved one are on the body bags or not. I myself have received urgent phone call and phone messages from Iranians, thanks to Starlink, inside the country, asking outside world for urgent help. They welcome when President Trump offered to rescue unarmed people being shot in their heart, in their chest by the security forces inside Iran. One activist who cannot be named for his safety told me, the streets are full of dead bodies. They are finishing off the injured in the street. They told me the security forces have stormed into hospitals and taking away the injured. I have also received multiple messages from families of victims who say the security forces forced them to pay money to take the dead body of their beloved one to bury them. On January 8, 2026, the Islamic Republic shut down the internet and imposed a technical blackout. Not to stop protests, because people are fed up and they are in the streets anywhere, but to hide their crimes, their brutality. This was not a technical mistake or failure, it was deliberate. When a regime turns off the internet during mass killings, and at the same time, the leaders of the same regime using the privilege of freedom of speech on social media to mislead the rest of the world, it is not about restoring order. It is about destroying the evidence. If it was not for Starlink inside Iran, we couldn't have been able to have even these informations. The Islamic Republic does not limit its crimes within its own borders. They kill their opponents at home and target those who expose their brutality abroad. Here, even here, on US soil, and every corner of the world, in Europe, in Canada, in Australia, everywhere. And they are not alone. This is called transnational repression, and the Chinese government helping them, Venezuelan dictators are helping them, Russian mobsters being hired by the Islamic Republic to target their dissidents and opponents beyond their own borders. I now address the representative of the Islamic Republic directly. You have tried to kill me 3 times. I have seen my would-be assassin with my own eyes in front of my garden in my home in Brooklyn. In the United States of America, in the courthouse, I have seen my would-be assassin confessing that they have been hired by the Revolutionary Guards to end my life. My crime? Simply echoing the voice of innocent people that you killed them. Your leader, Ali Khamenei, he ordered my killing. He said that American agent who compared compulsory hijab to the Berlin Wall must be killed. I am that woman, and I am not the agent of America. I have agency, but I am thankful to American government and the law enforcement to protect my life. And it was not, if it was not the protection of the law enforcement, I couldn't have been here to testify for millions of people who are facing the same killers, facing the same terrorist regime in my country. Yes, protection matters. Unfortunately, I live with survivor's guilt because many Iranians do not have the same protection. The same IRGC with the same AK-47 killed them in front of the eyes of their family member. 2 would-be assassins received 25 years prison sentence here in New York, and I'm going to face 2 other killers being hired by the Islamic Republic in March, and they are the one who were assigned by the same IRGC member to assassinate President Trump. The Islamic Republic rules through fear. It makes people disappear from public life, from memory, from history. So today, I want to record the names of those who refuse to be afraid and erased. Setayesh Shafi'i, 20 years old. Before the internet was cut, she wrote on her social media, "They are cutting off my internet, but I love you all." She was killed by the Islamic Republic IRGC. Raybin Moradi, 17 years old, shot in the back, a young football player. He was killed by the same IRGC. Mehdi Zadparvar, a popular athlete. He wrote on his Instagram before going to the street, "I know I may be killed, but I have no fear. I want my rights." He was killed by the same IRGC. Siavash Shirzad, 30 years old. His family begged him not to go to the streets because of his safety. He said to his family, "I go to the street to celebrate the victory of our revolution because President Trump promised to rescue our lives." He was killed by the same Revolutionary Guards. Negin Qadimi, 20 years old. She died in her father's arms after being shot by the Revolutionary Guards member. I feel guilty that I don't name the rest. The list of names goes on and on. They knew they will face guns and bullets, but they wanted justice. So now let me name their killers. Ali Khamenei, who declared protesters would be put in their place. Judiciary Chief Ghulam Hussein Mohseni Ejei and the IRGC commanders who publicly vowed punishment would be maximum. Ali Larijani, who promised no mercy for those who questioned the regime while his own daughter, his own family live here in the United States of America. They don't deserve to enjoy the privilege of freedom in America. Like the other children and relatives of the Ayatollah saying death to America, their relative live here in America. 3 years ago, another Iranian human rights defender stood here in this room to warn you about another nationwide protest, Women, Life, Freedom, after the murder of Mahsa Jina Amini for the crime of simply showing a bit of her hair. How many women are sitting here? You could easily get killed simply for showing your hair. Mahsa got killed. That sparked a revolution. And women and men shoulder to shoulder took to the street. More than 700 people got killed. We have seen this before. We have more names to remember. In 2009, Nida Agha Sultan, symbol of more than 100 people who got killed. They named President Obama to protect them. President Obama was looking to open the doors of diplomacy to a regime whose language of negotiating with its own people is guns and bullets. We've seen this in 2019 with Pouya Bakhtiari, who was killed in front of the eyes of his mother, Nahid Shirpishe. At the same time, President Biden was trying to keep the doors of diplomacy open, handing out billions of dollars to the regime that forced the family members to give money to the regime to take the dead body of their beloved one back. Faced with the regime using military weapons against civilians, the Iranian people are asking the world to help through actions, not back-to-back meetings and empty condemnation. We don't need empty words. People of Iran are asking the Islamic Republic, are telling you the Islamic Republic no longer can be reformed, and asking you that the Islamic Republic no longer be treated as a legitimate government. Today, the number of those killed is much higher than I told you. This regime, again and again, cannot be reformed. Let me be very clear. The Islamic Republic behave like ISIS, and the Islamic Republic must be treated like ISIS. This is how you can save lives. Thank you so much.
I thank Ms. Ali Najat for the briefing. I now give the floor to Mr. Ahmed Batibi.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have a note here, but I don't want to read from this note. I want to talk from my heart here and share my experience with you when I was in the prison of Islamic Republic. My name is Ahmed Batibi, Iranian-American journalist and human rights activist. A few years ago, when I was a student, the Iranian regime arrested me and sent me in jail for attending a demonstration, exactly that thing we see in the street right now in Iran. And they said that demonstration against the government, Islamic regime in Iran, is fighting with the government, and we are representative of the God, of Allah on the earth. And when you fight with our regime, it means you fight with God. And based on the Islamic rule, Sharia, your punishment is death. They gave me capital punishment. They sent me jail. They kept me 2 years in solitary confinement. They tortured me, many torture, including fake execution. They killed other people and kept me there. I watched them, how they die to torture me. For 3 times they did that. They cut my body and put salt on my body. I can show you, if you do not believe me, I can show you my body right now to see the sign of these cuts. They torture mentally and physically for many reasons. One of the demand they had was bring me front of the camera of state TV to tell to people I'm a spy of United States. They'll torture me. I go and say I got money from the United States, Mossad, Israel, CIA, to run demonstration against the government. I never did that, but they torture me to do that. Exactly same situation we have in Iran right now. If you see the state TV, you see many innocent people. They came in the street, just chant their rights, and the Iranian regime put them in front of the camera, and they say that, yes, we are agent of this Mossad. And right now I'm here. After 1 decade of the prison, I had this chance to escape from the prison. And this country, the United States of America, opened the door in front of me. I come here. I'm safe here. And in front of you, gentlemen, representative of demonic regime in Iran, the Ayatollah's regime. When we are talking about Iranian regime, we do not talk about a normal regime. We are talking about demonic cult. They have their own ideology. They have gun, they have money, and their mission is exporting their ideology to other countries. I don't want to talk about the details, but this is their mission. They have a technique. They have some chief apologists. Their job is coming here and clean the face of the regime, and they wash their bloody hand of the regime. But it doesn't work anymore. I'm here in front of you. You tried to kill me, but you couldn't. You cannot kill all the people. And don't laugh, sir, don't laugh at me, because a day we come top of your head, and you have to go court and answer for all those things you do here today, sir. Don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me. 2 days ago, I was talking to someone who worked for government. He said that in the media, you see that they say 12,000 people died just during these days we have demonstration. That's correct. But the accurate number is much, much more than that, because the Iranian regime buried the people, the dead people, without any identification. They do not give chance to their family even go and get their body, and they bury them in unknown cemeteries. The number of dead people is much, much more than this. I was talking to an activist in Iran. He said that many of those people right now killing people in the street, they are Iranian regime proxy forces. Hashto Shabi from Iraq, Hezbollah from Lebanon, Fatimiyun or I don't know, Zainabiyun, they are Afghan people. He said that many of these people shoot us. They cannot even talk Farsi, and they talk Arabic with Iraqi accent. Everything I have to say, details, Masih said that I don't want to get the time. But the only thing you have to know that, sir, you saw a lot of bravery during these days from Iranian people. But it's not enough. You cannot go fight with a demonic regime like Islamic Republic, which has gun, ammo, money, power, and everything. We need your help. Not just condemning something or say that, no, it's bad, don't do it. We need actual act. We need physical act. I want to talk to the President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump. I appreciate you, President. Everything you do is awesome. But during these days, you encourage people to go in the street. That was the good thing. But don't leave them alone. They need your help. You encourage them, and they are in the street. Please listen to them. They are chanting. They say what they want. They need your help. If you leave them alone, I'm talking about all official leaders of the world, we need your help. If you leave them alone, we cannot change the regime in Iran. and we continue this mass killing and genocide in Iran. Thank you so much.
I thank Mr. Batibi for the briefing. I now give the floor to those council members who wish to make statements. I give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President, for chairing today's important meeting, and thank you to our briefers, both of whom have been personally targeted for assassination, both of whom have been tortured at the hands of this brutal regime. Thank you for your courage, thank you for your strength, and for coming today to speak on behalf of the Iranian people. Colleagues, let me be clear. The level of violence, the level of repression that the Iranian regime has unleashed on its own citizens, its own people, has repercussions for international peace and security. You're going to hear today that it doesn't, that it's an internal matter. Absolutely wrong and false. This demands this council's attention. The people of Iran are demanding their freedom like never before in the Islamic Republic's brutal history. Unarmed, peaceful people who love their country are taking to the streets in pursuit of their legitimate aspirations for a better future. Well, this is our message. President Donald J. Trump and the United States of America stands by the brave people of Iran, period. And regardless of its excuses, and you will hear many today from the Iranian regime and from its friends, the regime is solely responsible for the economic misery of the Iranian people and the repression of their freedom, and they will be held accountable. The estimates of the numbers of protesters killed by the regime so far range from the thousands to the tens of thousands. Although visibility into the totality of the violence has been obscured deliberately by the regime's nationwide internet blackout. Why has the internet been shut down for weeks? Why have the phone lines been cut? Why are commercial satellite communications being jammed in a very sophisticated manner? We've had a complete blackout. No internet, no phones, nothing. Only thanks to the Starlink system do we even have some window, a limited window, into the atrocities that are ongoing. Well, President Trump has been clear. He will not, nor should the international community, tolerate innocents being slaughtered in the streets. Since 1979, for decades, the regime has posed a threat to peace and security in the name of a religious ideology. The regime calls for death to America and the annihilation of Israel. Even as its own citizens cannot afford the very basics, food, drinking water, very basic medicines, it spends billions to develop its nuclear and ballistic missile programs to threaten its neighbors in the world and its support of terrorism. Well, from its inception, the regime has been the world's '1 state sponsor of terrorism, so declared year after year, bringing uncountable, death and suffering to innocents from Beirut all the way to Buenos Aires, while its rulers have become rich off of oppression and misery meted upon the Iranian people. The Iranian regime has also been a serial human rights abuser from its very first day in power. And as you heard today, young women like Mahsa Amini have been murdered for daring to uncover their hair in public. While religious minorities have been subjected to the most severe persecution, these abuses have been documented right here by this body have been documented at length by the United Nations, have been documented by the Secretary General's own regular reports on the situation of human rights in Iran, the most recent of which was released just last year in 2025. Colleagues, in addition to the gross human rights abuses, in addition to its illegal march towards a nuclear weapon, in 1979, the regime we now know, led by Ayatollah Khomeini, gave support to radical students who attacked the United States Embassy in Tehran, took over 50 Americans hostage, and held them in captivity for over 400 days. That was followed by the bombing attack on the United States Embassy in Beirut, killing 17 Americans and scores of Lebanese civilians, followed by the supported and direction of terrorists who drove 2 trucks filled with explosives into U.S. and French barracks in Beirut, killing 241 American soldiers and 58 French military personnel, all part of a multinational force invited by the Lebanese government. It's responsible for the deaths of over 600 American service members and countless others in Iraq. Bottom line is Iran's partners and proxies with Iranian weaponry, documented by the United Nations Yemen panel of experts, have repeatedly attacked our partners in the Gulf and attempted to damage global energy infrastructure. And then finally, the Iranian regime state television amplifies calls for a, quote, one-bomb solution to wipe Israel off the map, which ironically would be not only a massacre of all Israelis, but also the Palestinian people whom the regime claims to support. In 2011, the regime attempted to assassinate the Saudi ambassador to the United States in Washington, D.C., but luckily the attempt was thwarted, and further, the regime has continued to plot assassination attempts against the President of the United States, against President Trump, and other senior U.S. government officials, in addition to those who dare speak out living here in the United States. Colleagues, Iran has destabilized the Middle East for decades. It has supported and enabled Hamas's brutality, its hostage-taking, its heinous October 7th attacks. It has funded Hezbollah. It has funded the Houthis. Iraq, including Kataib Hezbollah, have attacked the United States and the region again and again. It's backed the brutal Assad regime, and at every turn, the regime has put terrorist proxies in other nations before the welfare of its own citizens. And as a result of the regime's actions, putting money in the pockets of terrorists, funding its nuclear and missile programs instead of the basic needs for the people of Iran, Iranians have had enough. The regime's dereliction of duty to its own citizens is what has put the Ayatollahs in the positions they are in today, with hundreds of thousands, if not millions, protesting in the streets after decades of neglect and abuse. So everyone should ask themselves, everyone sitting here today, how many people are dead? How many people are wounded, maimed, and abused in the Middle East, in Israel, in Gaza, in Syria, in Lebanon, Yemen, Iraq, even Venezuela, because of the regime's support for terrorism as the largest state sponsor? And I would like to address the allegation put forward by the regime that these inspired protests are somehow a foreign plot to give a precursor to military action. Everyone in the world needs to know that the regime is weaker than ever before, and therefore is putting forward this lie because of the power of the Iranian people in the streets. They are afraid. They're afraid of their own people. Iran says it's ready for dialogue, but its actions say otherwise. This is a regime that rules through oppression, through violence, and through intimidation. and has destabilized the Middle East for decades. Well, enough is enough. We all have a responsibility to support the Iranian people and to put an end to the regime's neglect and oppression of the Iranian nation. Colleagues, let me be clear. President Trump is a man of action, not endless talk like we see at the United Nations. He has made it clear all options are on the table to stop the slaughter. And no one should know that better than the leadership of the Iranian regime. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United States for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Liberia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the A3 members, namely the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Somalia, and my own country, Liberia. The A3 thanks Assistant Secretary General for her comprehensive briefing, and we listened carefully to the remarks offered by civil society representatives. We welcome the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran to this meeting. Mr. President, we underscore the importance of respecting human rights, fundamental freedoms, and the legitimate aspirations of peaceful demonstrators, and call upon all parties to exercise maximum restraint and protect civilians. The A3 notes reports of ongoing protests and demonstrations across numerous cities and provinces involving a broad cross-section of the Iranian population, including youth, women, workers, and members of minority communities. The A3 is concerned by reports that the reaction to the protests and demonstrations has led to a significant number of deaths, arrests, and destruction of properties. Reports of the use of excessive force, including live ammunition and raids on hospitals, are alarming and unacceptable. We note the letter of the Iranian government circulated as a document of the Council, as well as the underlying socio-economic drivers of these protests, which include deteriorating economic and social conditions. The A3 recognizes that each country bears primary responsibility for addressing its internal issues through its own constitutional processes, other legal frameworks, and national institutions. However, we underscore the primacy of the Charter of the United Nations and relevant international obligations, and emphasize that the protection of civilians must remain paramount under all circumstances. The A3 believes that dialogue, inclusivity, and genuine engagement are essential tools for addressing tensions and grievances in a peaceful and sustainable manner in every society. Therefore, we encourage all actors in Iran to exercise maximum restraint and to seek peaceful, constructive, and inclusive dialogue with full respect for the rule of law, the rights of citizens, and the protection of civilians. Mr. President, the A3 emphasizes the necessity to respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Iran and feels compelled to remind leaders of their obligations to their citizens, including the right to live in peace, security, and express themselves within the boundaries of the law. Separately, but connected, the A3 takes note of the broader regional and international context in which these events are unfolding, including their intersection with long-standing issues related to the nuclear file and regional security dynamics, which underscores the risk of broader repercussions, a point made by the Assistant Secretary General. And so in this regard, the A3 reaffirms the central role of the global non-proliferation regime, including the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. Transparency and sustained diplomatic engagement remain essential to building trust and reducing the risk of miscalculation. We encourage all concerned parties to refrain from rhetoric or actions that could escalate tensions and instead prioritize dialogue and confidence-building measures that support regional and international stability. To conclude, Mr. President, the A3 reiterates that all parties should exercise restraint and responsibility, uphold international law, and avoid any action that could escalate tension and threaten regional stability. The A3 stands ready to support all efforts geared toward accountability, including within this Council, and in cooperation with regional partners, intend to facilitate a peaceful, inclusive, and lasting resolution in the Islamic Republic of Iran. And we thank you.
I thank the representative of Liberia for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Mr. President, since the end of December, the whole world has been watching as the United States continues to escalate tensions and fuel hysteria around Iran, declaring that help is already on the way. What's more, in its official statements, Washington has not even tried to cover up the genuine reasons for its alleged concern over the country's internal political situation as it threatens new strikes against Iran. Today's meeting, convened by our American colleagues, is nothing more than yet another attempt to justify blatant aggression and interference in the internal affairs of a sovereign state. And if, as Washington puts it, Iran's authorities do not come to their senses, then Washington will solve the Iranian problem in its favorite way through strikes aimed at overthrowing an undesirable regime. To lend credibility to their actions and to justify them, they have invited today's briefers, individuals who have been living in the United States for some 20 years and promoting an anti-Iranian agenda in Washington's interests. These so-called briefers cannot speak on behalf of the Iranian people. We firmly reject any attempts by the U.S. to waste council members' valuable time on briefings that are meant only to serve the interests and the position of those who convene this meeting, and briefings that are in no way related to issues of international peace and security. What just took place overall was nothing more than a circus, an embarrassment, a cheap show that is unbefitting of members of the Council. Mr. President, we have carefully studied the letters circulated in the Security Council in recent days from the Iranian mission. We express our solidarity with the people of Iran and mourn all innocent victims. We see that hostile external forces are attempting to exploit the current situation in order to overthrow a government they find objectionable and destroy the Islamic Republic of Iran as a sovereign and independent state. At the same time, we note that the authorities in Tehran have declared and reaffirmed their commitment to their international obligations, including respect for human rights and ensuring conditions for the peaceful expression of public opinion, while at the same time fulfilling their inherent duty to protect citizens' lives, public order, and the country's territorial integrity. As far as we can tell, the protest momentum has begun to subside and the situation is gradually normalizing. The government of Iran has taken the necessary steps to stabilize the economic situation and has established a constructive dialogue with the public in order to address any emerging issues. Mass rallies have taken place in the Islamic Republic of Iran in support of the country's supreme leader and its independent course. The Russian Federation is convinced that today's meeting of the Council should be approached through the lens of its mandate to maintain international peace and security and uphold international law, and not through the lens of Iran's internal political affairs. Violations of the aforementioned norms and principles in the current situation are obvious. They include the extremely dangerous and irresponsible rhetoric employed in recent days by U.S. leadership, which has gone as far as openly calling for the takeover of state institutions in Iran and threats to assist the protesters. Such statements amount to nothing other than incitement to violently overthrow the constitutional order of a sovereign state. They are a gross violation of paragraphs 4 and 7 of Article 2 of the UN Charter, which prohibit the threat or use of force and establish the principle of non-interference in the domestic affairs of states. Mr. President, what is happening on the streets of Iran in recent days has gone far beyond peaceful protest. There have been documented cases of firearms use, killings of law enforcement officers as well as civilians, arson attacks on medical facilities and public institutions, as well as attacks on emergency service facilities. These actions cannot be covered up by the pretext of freedom of expression or protecting human rights. What is happening in Iran is yet another example of the use of tried and tested methods for a color revolution in which specially trained armed provocateurs transform peaceful protests into senseless violence, riots, destruction of public property, and brutal killings of police officers, state security personnel, and peaceful protesters, including children. As we have already seen repeatedly in a number of states, all these actions are either directed or supported by external forces that are interested in a so-called regime change. In the present situation, these external forces are not even bothering to conceal their involvement in violent actions, especially given that the President of the United States has openly called on protesters to take over Iranian state institutions. the US and its cheerleaders are actively exploiting the economic and social difficulties faced by ordinary Iranians, difficulties caused by unlawful sanctions pressure imposed on Iran by Western states. They're using this to inflame public tensions and destabilize the domestic political situation. The current situation is clearly in line with Washington's declared policy, one supported by its allies, of maximum pressure on Tehran in order to advance their own political interests in the Middle East. They are using every means available to achieve this. And this includes not only unlawful unilateral sanctions imposed in circumvention of the Security Council and in blatant violation of the UN Charter, but also unceremonious blackmail of other states by increases in trade tariffs. Our Western colleagues are not above using the Security Council as a tool to promote their delusional agenda. A striking example of this is the attempt by the UK, France, and Germany to create the illusion of reinstating anti-Iranian Security Council resolutions through the purported triggering of the snapback mechanism envisioned in Resolution 2231 of the Security Council. Their justification for this relied on Western states' fabrications about some sort of threat to international peace and security posed by Iran's peaceful nuclear program. And this is despite the fact that the IAEA Director General has never reached such conclusions in his reports on the matter, nor found evidence of diversion of nuclear material to military purposes. And the entire crisis surrounding the implementation of the JCPOA was provoked by Washington's unilateral withdrawal from the nuclear deal in 2018. Nevertheless, the EU3 continues to promote its baseless narrative and deepen divisions within the Security Council. What is most concerning is Washington's aggressive course towards the use of military force and threats of its use against Iran. We condemn such actions, no matter what arguments are used to justify them, as a gross violation of international law and the UN Charter. We strongly urge the hotheads in Washington and other capitals who seem to be contemplating a repeat military venture to come to their senses and avoid a repetition of the tragedy of June 2025, when U.S.-Israeli aggression nearly resulted in a major nuclear catastrophe with inevitable humanitarian and environmental consequences. We demand that the United States and its like-minded partners refrain from further reckless steps, including those involving nuclear facilities. They should rather focus on providing solid assurances against further confrontation and resume joint efforts to find potential solutions. This includes addressing unfounded concerns regarding Iran's peaceful nuclear program. All of this should be done on the basis of international law and seeking a balance of all stakeholders' interests. Our country stands ready to assist this in every possible way. Mr. President, the Russian Federation decisively condemns all forms of external interference, incitement to violence, and threats of use of force against the friendly nation of Iran. We call on the conveners of today's meeting to stop making themselves out to be a global judge and put an end to their escalatory actions. Your actions risk plunging the region into even bloodier chaos that could easily spill beyond its borders. And a separate appeal to our colleagues on the Council and all UN member states. We call on them to prevent a new large-scale escalation and ensure that the Security Council is not used to justify unlawful regime change scenarios or to name and shame the legitimate authorities of a sovereign state. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Greece.
Mr. President, I would like to thank Assistant Secretary General for Africa, Ms. Martha Pebi, for her briefing, as well as Ms. Ali Nejad and Mr. Batebi for their testimonies today. Mr. President, Greece is following developments in Iran with deep concern. The continued escalation of violence and the use of force against protesters, the loss of human life, among them children, and the widespread arrest are utterly condemnable. Fundamental rights, including the inherent right to life, the freedom of expression, and the freedom of assembly, are universal rights and must be fully respected by all without discrimination or exception. Any form of violent repression is unacceptable, and this all the more true when it results in the loss of life. Violence of this kind must be absolutely condemned. The use of force against individuals exercising fundamental rights can never be justified and must always be unequivocally rejected. The death penalty imposed merely as a result of them exercising a fundamental right constitutes an affront to justice. Such unjust actions gravely undermine respect for human dignity and fundamental rights. It is very important that no sentences be carried out against those demonstrating in favor of freedom. Mr. President, colleagues, at the same time, Greece recalls that full respect for international law and for the Charter of the United Nations remains paramount. Current developments on the ground, no matter how dire, should not lead to a further escalation. No matter how difficult, dialogue remains the only viable path forward for the rights and the prosperity of the Iranian people. Greece firmly believes that this is the only way to address legitimate social grievances, prevent further violence, and avert the risk of a wider regional conflagration. In closing, Mr. President, Greece reiterates its belief in the need of de-escalation, dialogue, and the peaceful resolution of the current crisis, in full conformity with the Charter of the United Nations and international law. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Greece for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Panama.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. We wish to thank the ASG for Africa from the Department of Political and Peace Building Affairs and Peace Operations, Ms. Marta Pourby, for her detailed presentation. We also thank Mr. Ahmad Batevi and Ms. Masih Alinejad for their briefings. Moreover, we recognize the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran and their delegation. The Republic of Panama expresses its grave concern at the events that are and the people's protests that have been unfolding in the Islamic Republic of Iran. These events lay bare the widespread discontent of the civilian population. The protests were originally peaceful, despite the fact that ultimately they were repressed with violence. These events have been met with a disproportionate response from the Iranian authorities. The authorities are looking at stifling citizens' freedom of expression. Due to cuts to communication blackouts across the country, it is difficult to objectively verify the facts. As such, there is little accurate information available regarding the current state of affairs. We cannot confirm the information that is circulating. However, thanks to the work of several independent media outlets, that of non-governmental organizations and that of brave Iranians, concerning figures have emerged. According to these reports, to date, the number of fatalities could stand at 2,000 or more, and a considerable number of people have been wounded or detained. Against this backdrop, concerns begin to arise, legitimate concerns indeed, at the possibility that the government may use summary trials and executions against those detained during national protests. With this in mind, Panama rejects any type of execution where the accused has not been offered the right to defense and due process in accordance with international law. These guarantees can never be selectively applied, nor can they be applied with double standards. Many detainees could meet such a fate, this in flagrant violation of all due process and of the fundamental rights protected by international law and enshrined in the UN Charter. President, rights to the freedom of expression, association and peaceful assembly, as enshrined in international law, must be fully respected and protected by all states. Recent protests are the consequence of the wearing down of a regime which is economically and socially exhausted. They are also the consequence of the actions of the regime itself. These actions have gradually worsened the day-to-day lives of Iranians and have specifically affected Iranian women and children. The regime has prevented their education, their participation in public life, and their autonomy. Episodes in recent years have already laid bare the fact that there is a need to guarantee women's legitimate right to exercise their fundamental rights in a safe and dignified fashion. However, it is indeed timely to recognize that the economic isolation imposed by the international community may have also contributed to a certain extent to the fraying of Iran's social fabric, and that has directly affected the civilian population and exacerbated internal tensions. Consequently, we appeal to all actors to constructively provide support. All must also avoid imposing additional pressures which could further worsen the situation. It is of the utmost importance that the international community act with a sense of great responsibility and that it exercise caution. It must endeavour not to create adverse effects through their actions, which could have unpredictable consequences and further burden the already heavily tested Iranian population or serve to escalate tensions. This will see us ensure that the cure administered is not worse than the original illness. We urge the Iranian authorities to immediately put an end to and avoid all violent or disproportionate actions against the civilian population. The Iranian authorities must urgently facilitate a constructive forum for peaceful dialogue. Moreover, we encourage measures which guarantee access to information and communications, including the restoration of services that have been interrupted. This is because transparency is a fundamental prerequisite to generate trust and to prevent a further escalation of tensions. It is vital that human rights be respected. Citizens' safety and security must be guaranteed, and the legitimate demands of society must be heeded if we are to restore stability in the country. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Panama for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Pakistan.
President, I thank Assistant Secretary General Martha Poby for her briefing on behalf of the Secretariat. Let me also note the importance of objectivity and competence as regards the briefings by civil society for an informed discussion. And needless to re-emphasize here the respect for decorum of this Council. President, we have been carefully observing developments in Iran and the region in recent days. New threats to regional peace and stability are emerging at a time of heightened tensions and thus remain a serious cause of concern. Iran is an immediate neighbor of Pakistan and a brotherly country. The people of our two nations share deep-rooted historical, friendly, cultural, and religious bonds. We hope for an early normalization of the situation in Iran and express support for all diplomatic efforts aimed at regional peace and stability. A stable and peaceful Iran is in the interests of Pakistan the region, and beyond. We have full confidence in the wisdom of the Iranian people and leadership rooted in their rich culture, ancient civilization, history, and resilience to address all challenges. President, the fundamental principles and objectives of the United Nations Charter are inviolable and sacrosanct. The UN Charter prohibits threat or use of force against other states' territorial integrity or independence, or to interfere in matters essentially within the domestic jurisdiction of states. Any external interference in the domestic affairs of states is inconsistent with international law and principles of the UN Charter. We strongly believe that all disputes must be resolved through peaceful means and in accordance with international law. Continued hostilities, use of force, and unilateral actions will only take us further away from the resolution of core issues and cause unnecessary humanitarian suffering. The threat or use of force would only aggravate the situation and undermine regional and international peace and stability. All parties must exercise restraint, act responsibly, strictly stay within the bounds of international law, and eschew any action that will be detrimental to regional and international peace and security. Diplomacy and dialogue should be the guiding principles for achieving negotiated settlement of all contentious issues in accordance with the rights, obligations, and responsibilities of the parties concerned. Pakistan has consistently advocated the primacy of diplomatic engagement and the imperative of avoiding confrontation and conflict in a region already beset by tensions and volatility. We sincerely hope that the situation in Iran will soon return to calm and normalcy, free from any internal turmoil or external pressure, and all relevant parties will return to the negotiating table to find a lasting solution to their differences based on mutual respect and understanding. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Pakistan for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of China.
President, I thank ASG Poby for her briefing and welcome the participation of the representative of Iran at today's meeting. China and Russia have made their position clear to all council members regarding the United States invitation of the relevant briefers. Recent developments in Iran have drawn widespread attention. China has taken note of the description thereof provided by the Iranian Foreign Minister in his letter to the UN Secretary General. For some time now, the United States has continued to make statements on the situation in Iran and has openly issued threats of the use of force against Iran. As a result, clouds of war are gathering over the Middle East and the tensions in the region continue to escalate. China has always advocated adherence to the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and international law. We oppose the use or threat of force in international relations, oppose imposing one's will upon other countries, and oppose any regression of the world to the law of the jungle. Sovereign equality and non-interference in internal affairs are basic principles of international law and the most fundamental norms governing modern international relations. Iran is an independent sovereign state. Iran's affairs should be decided independently by the Iranian people. China supports safeguarding Iran's sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity, and calls on the international community to support the Iranian government and people in overcoming current difficulties and in maintaining national security and social stability. The use of force can never solve problems. It will only make them more complex and intractable. Any military adventurism would only push the region toward an unpredictable abyss. We urge the United States to abide by the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, abandon its fixation on the use of force, and call on all parties to exercise restraint and work together to play their due role in maintaining international peace and security. At present, the Middle East remains the most fragile region in the global security landscape. with the risks of turmoil and conflict persistently high. The people of the region have a strong desire for peace and development. China has noted the grave concerns expressed by the vast majority of regional countries regarding military confrontation, as well as their sincere expectation for resolving disputes peacefully through dialogue. China hopes that the United States and other relevant parties will take seriously the voices of the international community and regional countries and do more for peace and stability in the Middle East, rather than the opposite. All countries should play a constructive role in promoting peace and ending conflicts, avoid exacerbating tensions, and refrain from adding fuel to the fire. President, peace and development are the shared aspirations of all peoples. History has repeatedly proven that an obsession with force, relentless pressure, and wanton interference only generate more conflict and hatred. No country has the power to dictate the future of another, and no action that defies international law can be tolerated. We call on the international community to stand on the right side of history and on the side of fairness and justice, and work tirelessly for peace and stability in the Middle East and peace and tranquility in the world. Thank you, President.
I thank the representative of China for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Bahrain.
شكرا. Thank you, President. The Kingdom of Bahrain is closely following developments in the Islamic Republic of Iran. We are following these developments closely and calmly. We call on the Iranian authorities to exercise restraint and to avert any escalation that can lead to losses in lives or destruction. This will have negative repercussions for security and stability in the region. We mourn and express our condolences to the families of those affected by these incidents and developments. In light of these developments, the Kingdom of Bahrain reiterates that the primary responsibility for promoting and protecting human rights lies and rests with the state in accordance with its international law obligations, including the treaties and international norms and standards that are relevant. In addition, the Kingdom of Bahrain reiterates that it's important to preserve the higher interests of the Iranian people. Their expectations, their aspirations must be met in order to achieve security and stability in the region. In conclusion, Mr. President, we remain committed to promoting peace and stability regionally and internationally. At the same time, we reiterate that we must refrain from any action that could have broader regional implications. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Bahrain for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Assistant Secretary General Pobi, Masih Alinejad, and Ahmad Batebi. We welcome this timely meeting. The United Kingdom is appalled by the reports that potentially thousands of people in Iran have been killed and many more arrested in the most brutal repression of public protests in decades. Despite the regime's near-total internet shutdown, videos emerging from Iran indicate that reports may underestimate the full scale of horror currently underway. The regime will claim that these protests were instigated by foreign-backed forces, but lies and propaganda cannot justify its actions. This behavior is not an aberration for this regime. It is the latest manifestation of the repression and brutality we have witnessed time and time again. Let me be clear. We condemn the regime's actions in the strongest possible terms. We pay tribute to the courage of the Iranian people, particularly Iranian women. Once again, they are bravely voicing their aspirations to live in freedom and dignity in the face of repression and violence. As my Prime Minister stated, alongside his French and German counterparts, we urge Iran to respect the fundamental rights and freedoms of its people, including the right to protest without fear of violence or repression. Iranian authorities must protect their people, not brutalize them. Iran must urgently change course. We have delivered this message directly to Foreign Minister Araghchi. As the G7 has made clear, we will act alongside our partners to impose additional restrictive measures if it does not. As my Foreign Secretary has said, the world is watching. The United Kingdom will continue to confront the regime's misinformation, call out its repression, and support regional peace and security. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you to the Somali presidency for acting swiftly to convene this meeting. The gravity of the situation in Iran warrants this timely discussion. I'd also like to thank Assistant Secretary General Pobi for her briefing and the civil society briefers, Mrs. Aline Majad and Mr. Batebi, for sharing their insights and personal experiences. Mr. President, once again, the Iranian people have taken to the streets to bravely voice their demands for a better life, a life in freedom, dignity, and prosperity. And once again, they have been met with sheer brutality and ferocious violence. We're deeply concerned by the reports of several thousand protesters killed by the Iranian security forces. And as we've heard from Assistant Secretary General Pobi, more than 18,000 arrested. Iran's brutal crackdown on the protesters is unacceptable. We strongly condemn these killings, as well as the use of violence, arbitrary detention, and intimidation tactics by the security forces against the protesters. These actions must stop. All Iranians must be able to express their grievances peacefully and without fear. We urge the Iranian authorities to exercise maximum restraint from unnecessary and disproportionate use of force. We stand in full solidarity with the Iranian people while they exercise their rights to freedom of expression, association, and peaceful assembly. We call on Iran to comply with its obligations under international human rights law and to ensure unhindered access to information and communication, including access to the internet, for all Iranians. Mr. President, loud and clear, again and again, we hear the Iranians lift their voices for a better life, for their lives, for their rights to be respected. For too long, the leaders in Tehran have not heeded this call. The time has now come for the government of Iran to finally listen, to respond to the will of its people through peaceful means. We urge them to start today. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Denmark for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Colombia.
Gracias, señor. Thank you, Mr. President, for convening this briefing. I wish to convey my gratitude to Assistant Secretary General for Africa. I also thank the briefers for their statements. Mr. President, Colombia reaffirms, as it has done historically within this organisation, and as it has also done since its very first day as an elected member on this council, we've reaffirmed that our position will always be guided by international law and the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter, as well as by a commitment to peace, the peaceful resolution of disputes, the respect for sovereignty, and the non-interference in internal affairs of states, as well as by the need for the respect for human rights, which are applicable in all contexts without exception. The freedom of expression, peaceful assembly and association are universal rights. They are enshrined in international human rights law, and that law must apply without exception. It cannot be watered down or relativized. These freedoms must be guaranteed throughout the world. No differentiated treatment can be applied, and the above is a vital prerequisite for legitimacy, peace, and democracy. The systematic nature of repression, criminalization, and censorship as a response to the free exercise of the right to protest are unjustifiable in any circumstance. Moreover, they constitute grave violations of human rights, and they weaken the very foundations of the rule of law. Against that backdrop, We are gravely concerned by the events which are unfolding in Iran, including the use of the death penalty and other forms of repression as a response to peaceful demonstrations. We are also alarmed by the use of expedited legal proceedings, which do not guarantee due process. This is in flagrant contradiction with international obligations. Moreover, we are concerned by censorship and restrictions on information. Consequently, in our view, the safe access of international press and the restoration of the internet must be guaranteed immediately. The human rights situation of women in Iran continues to be a source of alarm. We are particularly concerned by the disproportionate impact that repression against protests may have on women. Moreover, women have played a pivotal role and indeed a leading role in these protests. We fervently appeal to all member states to respect, protect, guarantee, and enforce human rights for all people. We underscore the need to guarantee accountability in all cases. This in order to prevent impunity and to guarantee access to justice and reparation for victims. Mr. President, it is of paramount importance to mitigate tensions and to avoid actions which may fan the flames of confrontation. Moreover, my country emphasizes the need for restraint. Any rhetoric or action which aims to escalate the situation, including the threat of the unilateral use of force, brings with it grave risks for stability. To the stability in a region already marked by a high degree of volatility. Such actions could also imperil international peace and security. To conclude, my country insists that it is only inclusive dialogue, a dialogue which involves all strata of Iranian society, that can offer a sustainable solution. Lasting solutions cannot be imposed through force. Rather, these solutions are built through peaceful, participatory, and nationally led processes. In view of the grave nature of the situation, it is incumbent upon this Council to keep their eyes trained on events and to guarantee the protection of civilians, the full respect of human rights and fundamental freedoms, and accountability for violations perpetrated. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Colombia for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Latvia.
Thank you, President. Let me thank Assistant Secretary General Pobe for today's briefing. And I would like to thank Ms. Alinejad and Mr. Batebi for sharing their very personal and courageous testimonies. The Islamic Republic of Iran has once again launched a war against its own people. It is killing innocent Iranians. As we sit here today, hundreds of thousands of brave Iranians, exhausted by repression and economic deprivation, are standing for their freedom. On the streets across the country, they demand basic rights and human dignity. And these demands are met with brutality, violence, and censorship by the regime. The failing Iranian regime is trying to hide its crimes behind a total telecom and internet blackout, but it is not possible to hide the truth. Iran's state forces are killing protesters by the thousands. They are arresting and torturing Iranians.
One moment. Hold on. They're having an issue with their feed. Give me 1 second. I will pull up the backup feed. Hang on. I have it here. I have the feed for you here. Reuters had an issue. Going to the backup feed right now. Thanks for your patience. All right, I'm pulling up the backup feed. All right, I have the backup feed. I am putting it on the screen. Oh, it's back. It's back.
It continues to pursue its illegal nuclear program. It has persistently avoided re-establishing credible, verifiable cooperation with the IAEA. The regime has supported, financed, and armed various proxy forces and terrorist groups, including Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis. This has gravely undermined regional security and prosperity. The continued material support of the Iranian regime to Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is despicable. Iranian weapons and technology are used to destroy also Ukrainian cities and commit atrocities against the Ukrainian people. Because Iran has chosen to supply and support the aggressors, while its own people have been driven to despair. Mr. President, for far too long, the Iranian regime has posed an unacceptable threat to global peace and security, and we condemn in the strongest possible terms the brutal actions of the regime and reiterate our support to the brave Iranian people, and I thank you.
I thank the representative of France, of Latvia for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie Madame la sous-secrétaire générale, Martha Pobby, ainsi que Madame
Hold on, I gotta get you the right audio.
pour leurs exposés.
The audio is messed up. I'll get you the correct
pour évoquer
audio.
la situation en Iran.
Is this correct?
Et les présentations qui viennent d'être faites nous ont dépeint l'extrême.
Somehow the audio track got switched. So give me a moment. Let me fix the audio for you. Everything got messed up technically. Hold on a second here. Is this the correct audio? Let's see. Maybe this is correct.
Against protesters who have mobilized across Iran in order to peacefully express their legitimate aspirations for dignity, freedom, and respect for their fundamental rights. The innocent victims of this repression now number in the thousands. Back in 2009, in 2019, and in 2022, the Iranian authorities had already violently suppressed peaceful movements of the Iranian population, movements calling for dignity and rights. We remember the death of Mahsa Amini in September 2022 at the hands of the Iranian morality police. France condemns the widespread and deliberate use of violence by Iranian security forces. France condemns the arbitrary detention of thousands of protesters. It condemns the internet shutdowns across the country that are aimed at silencing reports of the brutality of the repression. France expresses its solidarity with the victims and stands alongside the people of Iran who are peacefully protesting for their rights and their freedom. We urge the Iranian authorities to comply with their international obligations and respect the fundamental rights and freedoms of the Iranian people, in particular freedom of expression, the right to information, and freedom of peaceful assembly. The President of the French Republic, Emmanuel Macron, has already spoken out in this regard. The Minister of Foreign Affairs stated this plainly to his Iranian counterpart, and the Iranian ambassador in Paris was informed of this in the clearest possible terms when he was summoned to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs 2 days ago. We also reiterate our call for the immediate and unconditional release of all arbitrarily detained prisoners in Iran, as well as the suspension of the death penalty. We call for a rapid convening of a special session of the Human Rights Council to address the situation in Iran and to task dedicated mechanisms with investigating human rights violations. President, given the scale and brutality of the repression, the international community and the Security Council cannot look the other way. It is for the Iranian people and them alone to decide their destiny. But our collective responsibility is to denounce the violence and repressions to which they're being subjected as they express their legitimate aspirations. As the President of the French Republic recalled, respect for fundamental freedoms is a universal requirement. The brutal denial of this requirement by the Iranian authorities constitutes both a violation of the responsibilities of the state towards its population and an additional factor threatening regional international peace and security. The vigilance of this council is all the more justified given that the situation carries a very worrying risk of escalation. Iran, as we know, continues to endanger regional security through the support it provides to non-state armed groups affiliated with it. It continues to defy the international non-proliferation regime by pursuing a threatening ballistic missile program as well as a nuclear program whose peaceful nature the International Atomic Energy Agency has not been able to verify. Mr. President, with its European and G7 partners, France stands ready to impose additional restrictive measures on individuals and entities involved in the repression of protests in Iran. France calls on the Council to not turn its eyes away from what is happening in Iran. It calls on all its members to urge Iranian authorities to respond to the legitimate aspirations of their population and put an end to the violence and bloody repression directed against the protesters. Thank you very much.
For the statement, I thank the representative of France. I now give the floor to the representative of Islamic Republic of Iran.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful. Mr. President, let me state from the outset our firm objection to the participation of the so-called representatives of civil society. I must be absolutely clear. Both briefers imposed by the representative of the United States regime under this false label do not represent Iran's civil society. They represent the political agenda of the United States and Israeli regimes. They have lived outside Iran for more than 2 decades and have consistently engaged in incitement to violence and promotion of extremist and terrorist activities, including advocating and facilitating the use of lethal force against law enforcement officers. Their presence here is therefore neither legitimate nor credible, and it fundamentally undermines the integrity of this discussion. It is shameful that the United States regime transferred this esteemed body to a scene for theater and show, for baseless accusation and statement. This is in line with the United States regime in dismantling and disgracing the United Nations system. If you want to look for a case, the killing of innocent lady in Minnesota last week and nationwide crackdown can be brought here with the testimony and with the briefers. And please teach them the meaning of briefing. The briefing is different from the personal statement and accusation. Please do not sell them to the world as representatives of Iran's civil society. Their acts and statements regarding Iran are far from civil, and they have long divorced from Iran's society. They amplify the Israeli-American foreign agenda. They are both on Mossad's payroll in accordance with undeniable evidence. We have taken note of the briefing provided by ASG. Regrettably, her briefing was one-sided and not grounded in factual evidence. Mr. President, I wish to extend my deepest condolences and sympathy with a heavy and grieving heart to the brave people of my country and to the families of many victims. In recent weeks, Iran has lost numerous innocent civilians and devoted members of its security and law enforcement forces. Many of our young people were brutally murdered in acts of extreme violence resulting from the atrocities committed by ISIS. Many of our police officers sacrificed their lives in the line of duty to protect civilians and preserve public order. I speak today on behalf of a nation in mourning. It is deeply regrettable that the representative of the United States regime who requested this meeting has today resorted to lies, distortion of facts, and deliberate misinformation to conceal his country's direct involvement in steering unrest in Iran to violence. In fact, the United States request for this meeting is shameful to conceal their direct complicity in the crime their mercenaries have committed against our nations from 8 to 10 January. As part of Israel's malicious attempt to drag Americans into another war of aggression against Iran. Under the hollow pretext of concern for the Iranian people and claims of support for human rights, the United States regime is attempting to portray itself as a friend of the Iranian people, while simultaneously laying the groundwork for political destabilization and military intervention under a so-called humanitarian narrative. These claims are particularly cynical when viewed against the United States regime long and well-documented record of unlawful military interventions, regime change operations, and systematic violations of international law and the Charter of the United Nations. Across the world, these policies have led to mass civilian casualties, the collapse of states, prolonged humanitarian disasters, and the emergence and empowerment of extremist and terrorist groups. This is not a matter of opinion. It is a matter of historical record and fact. The Iranian people, for decades, have experienced the true meaning of the so-called support. The United States pattern of coercion and interference under the deceptive pretext is clear, from the orchestration of the 1956 coup against the democratically elected government of Dr. Mossadegh to its extensive political, military, and intelligence backing of Saddam's regime war of aggression against Iran. From the downing of Iran Air Flight 655 in 1988, killing 290 innocent civilians, to its complicity in assassinations, sabotage, and attacks against Iranian civilian and infrastructure, including the war of aggression carried out in June 2025, and from decades of unlawful unilateral sanctions to systematic economic coercion. These measures have gravely violated the Iranian people's fundamental rights, including their inherent rights of life, health, and development. Unfortunately, several Western members of this Council, including France and United Kingdom regimes, have once again adopted their familiar double standards while claiming to champion human rights and to support the Iranian people. They have, alongside the United States regime, imposed some of the most severe and unlawful sanctions in modern history. Sanctions that have inflicted widespread suffering on civilians. At the same time, they have failed to condemn, let alone sanction, the Israeli regime for its acts of genocide and crimes against humanity. Mr. President, between 8 and 10 January 26, the people and government of the Islamic Republic of Iran were confronted with ISIS-style acts of terrorism and extreme violence across the country. Peaceful protests that began on 28 December 2025 with legitimate economic demands were deliberately hijacked by organized armed groups and transformed into violent riots. Documented cases include beheading, people being burned alive, police officers and ordinary citizens beaten to death, widespread use of firearms, and the deliberate torching of ambulances, fire engines, health facilities, residential buildings, and places of worship. These were not isolated incidents. They reflect a clear and systematic pattern of organized violence. A significant number of police officers were killed or severely injured. These heavy casualties demonstrate the extreme brutality of terrorist elements. The situation is, in fact, very simple. The United States regime and its accomplices, particularly the Israeli regime, cannot evade responsibility for the innocent blood that has been shed in my country. Unable to achieve their objectives through the 12-day war of aggression against Iran in June 2025, they have now seek to pursue the same goals through political destabilization, internal unrest, and chaos. This strategy relies on manufacturing casualties, spreading false and inflated figures, and creating a pretext for foreign intervention. It is a familiar script, one that has been used repeatedly from Iraq to Libya and to Venezuela. Mr. President, allow me to recall only a few of interventionist and reckless statements made by U.S. officials, which clearly demonstrates Washington's direct involvement in this unrest. On 29 December 2025, during a joint press conference with the Prime Minister of Israel regime, the President of the United States regime declared, if Iran continues with its missile program, yes, I support a strike. If they continue with their nuclear program, the strike should be immediate. He further threatened, we are going to have to knock them down. We'll knock them down. We'll knock the hell out of them. On 2nd January, former U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo openly acknowledged the presence of Mossad agents among the rioters. I quote the same wording he used in his message in X. Happy New Year to every Iranian in the street, also to every Mossad agent beside them. End of the quote. On 3rd January 2026, The President of the United States regime stated, "We are locked and loaded and ready to go." On 10 January 2026, Senator Lindsey Graham publicly incited violence action, stating, when President Trump says, "Make Iran great again," it means protesters in Iran should defeat the Ayatollah. On 12 January, the White House spokesperson confirmed that President Trump would not be hesitant to use military force against Iran. On the same day, Senator Graham declared, I quote, "Iran's leadership must be destroyed. This is the best opportunity since 1779 to change the Middle East." On 13 January, the US President stated, and I quote, "Iranian patriots, keep protesting. Take over your institutions. Help is on its way." And the statement of the representative of the United States regime today will be added to this list. These are not isolated remarks. They constitute explicit calls for regime change, violence, and military aggression. Mr. President, the exploitation of peaceful protest for geopolitical purposes and reckless endangerment of civilian lives fully aligned with the destructive role and unlawful unilateral sanctions have played in creating this situation. Claims of concern for human rights ring hollow when made by those who systematically violated them. 3 days ago, millions of Iranians marched to restore calm in our cities, to support law and order, and to reject reckless attempts to push our country towards civilian conflicts. President Trump chose to ignore this historic display of unity and restraint. Instead, he issued a provocative statement aimed at reinvigorating unrest. But people of Iran, nationwide, ignored his invitation for further violence, and this is why calm has been reestablished across the country. Mr. President, any threat to use of force against the Islamic Republic of Iran under any pretext, including claims of protecting protesters or supporting the Iranian people, constitute a grave and manifest violation of international law and the UN Charter. Such unlawful actions directly breach Article 2.4, which prohibits the threat or use of force, and Article 2.7, which enshrines the principle of non-intervention. No rule of doctrine, narrative, or political justification can legitimize unilateral military action or coercion without explicit Security Council authorization under Chapter 7. Invoking humanitarian rhetoric to justify force in a deliberate abuse of international law. The Security Council, its members, and the Secretary General bear a clear legal, moral, and political responsibility to unequivocally reject and condemn such unlawful actions before it is too late. The credibility of the United Nations and the survival of the Charter itself now depend on whether this fundamental prohibition is upheld or eroded by one of its own permanent members. Mr. President, Iran seeks neither escalation nor confrontation. However, any act of aggression, direct or indirect, will be met with a decisive, proportionate, and lawful response under Article 51 of the Charter. This is not a threat. It is a statement of legal reality. Responsibility for all consequences will rest solely with those who initiate such unlawful acts. Mr. President, the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran remains fully committed to its human rights obligations, including the right to peaceful protest. It has exercised maximum restraint while fulfilling its duty to protect its people and preserve public order. However, the incitement to violence, encouragement of internal destabilization, and explicit threat of military action against a sovereign member states constitute a threat to international peace and security within the meaning of Article 39 of the Charter. In conclusion, Mr. President, we categorically reject all politically motivated accusations made today against my government. The facts on the ground contradict the fabricated narratives presented by the United States regime and its allies at this meeting. U.S. fabrications of the senseless killing of protesters neither reflects reality on the ground nor would it whitewash Americans' crimes against the great people of Iran. The allegation that the government of the Islamic of Iran has killed peaceful protesters is quite distortion of the facts on the ground. What the Iranian security forces did confront firmly and responsibly were armed ISIS-style terrorist cells and violent separatist groups funded and armed by a few foreign entities, including the Israeli regime. These groups deliberately targeted civilians and law enforcement officers in an attempt to ignite civil war and create the conditions for foreign intervention. The claim that internet restrictions were imposed to conceal harm to our own people is equally false. On the contrary, temporary limitations were necessary to protect Iranian nation from evil operations that foreign agents, including Israeli one, are conducting against the safety of the nation. It was also absolutely vital to prevent huge cyber attacks against Iran and its infrastructure, and to disrupt communications among terrorist networks, coordinating terror operations from within our cities. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran for the statement. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.
Okay, so you just heard from Iran. You heard Iran say that they did not kill any peaceful protesters. You heard Iran say that, oops, let me get the clock off here. You heard Iran say that that they were fighting. They blamed the protests, the violent protests. They said the protests started out peaceful, but then they were taken over by ISIS terrorists and separatist groups, and that these terrorists and separatist groups were funded by foreign groups like Israel. And they said, we didn't kill any peaceful protesters. We were protecting the country and protecting the Iranian people from ISIS terrorists and separatist groups. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me just change the here. UN Security Council meeting on Iran ends. But, you know, we heard a number of countries speak, you know, you can probably guess what certain countries said. But for other countries, there were a number of countries who expressed some concern about military action being taken. So we'll see what happens. You know, we don't know if the U.S. is going to take military action in Iran. Also, at one point, the Iran representative brought up what he called the killing of an innocent lady in Minnesota. Russia said that the U.S. suggested the U.S. was trying to organize a color revolution in Iran, and also said that the U.S. was trying to help overthrow the government there. China kept saying how they were for the sovereignty of countries and for territorial integrity, and that countries shouldn't interfere in other sovereign countries. By the way, if you want to go, you can rewind and watch any of the countries. The U.S. spoke, China, Russia, Iran, you know, Pakistan, Denmark, Greece, others. But if you want to go back, you can watch any of them. So let me take some comments from you guys. Per says it was all useless. Oren Quake says, so China won't invade Taiwan? Look, you know, in terms of the Iranian representative, I mean, we've heard similar things from Iran state media. Iran state media has, during the protests, been blaming terrorists and separatist groups repeatedly. Yesterday, the foreign minister of Iran went on to Fox News, and the foreign minister of Iran yesterday claimed, I have it here, hang on a second here. He said that the Iran regime has been fighting terrorist cells, not protesters, that terrorists were shooting, that the terrorists were shooting at protesters and the government wasn't, and that terrorists were shooting at protesters to draw the U.S. into the conflict, which was an Israeli plot. That's what the Iranian foreign minister said yesterday. So the Iranian representative, what he said today, is similar to other things that have been coming out of Iran. By the way, thanks to Carrie Poteet for the memberships. A couple quick thank yous here. I want to read some comments from you guys. Thanks, Carrie Poteet. Thanks also R.S. Pat, Essayuk, Crispy, Bill Jack, Lidwine Elizabeth, Gilda Carbasi, Riri Patton, Jordan Hart, Berea Beard, Nikki B, Christine K. Lehman, Baram K, Versus Hearts, Baba Jeek, sorry. I got behind because I couldn't do this during the actual meeting. A couple more thank yous. Baba Jeek Billy, Heavenly Intervention, MB114, Hugh Crummond, Ariane, Baram K, Rune 1033. Oh, hey guys, we might be seeing people speak afterwards. Hold on a second. We might have post coverage for you. Give me a moment. Give me a quick moment here. Oh, I don't know if we're going to. We did have something, but I'm not seeing the camera from the post coverage. I don't know if anybody's speaking after anyway, but I don't think we have a camera of it. Rune 1033, I love cookies. Thanks for your support. And also Skywalker and CC on Twitch. Thank you. All right, let me read some comments from you guys. What did you guys think of the meeting? Nikki Milam says, what's the whole purpose of the meeting? Well, at a certain point, I think you could ask, what is the purpose of the UN Security Council? I think it's to avoid conflict. Yeah, so you can see here, I'll show you the page. Sorry. The Security Council has as primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. That's what it's there to do, is maintain international peace and security. The Security Council takes the lead in determining the existence of a threat to the peace or act of aggression. It calls upon the parties to a dispute to settle it by peaceful means and recommends methods of adjustment or terms of settlement. I mean, there was no kind of proposal today that was voted on. In some cases, the Security Council can resort to imposing sanctions or even authorize the use of force to maintain or restore international peace and security. That is from the UN. I thought Israel might speak, but they did not. I guess the Security Council, I was looking up how people get invited to speak. So there's the permanent and non-permanent members. I think we heard from all the permanent members. There's 5 of them. And I don't know if we heard from Congo and Somalia, but Somalia, I think, is the president. Anyways, but somebody might have spoke on, I don't know if Liberia spoke on Congo's behalf. Anyways, we basically heard from the permanent and non-permanent members and Iran. A state which is a member of the UN but not of the Security Council, the non-permanent members rotate through over the years. But they can invite other states to speak when the council considers that that country's interests are affected. So I didn't know if Israel might be invited today, but it was not. So. Yeah, I know Liberia spoke. I think Liberia said they were representing several countries, and maybe Congo was one of them. I'm not sure. Nick says America will keep invading. Broken Canuck says the UN are a feckless bunch of cowards. Remember, the UN just is the member countries' representatives. That's what the UN is. When you look at the Security Council, everybody there is a representative of a different country. So that's who's on the Security Council. It's the representatives of various countries. Igor Tumba says, when is the meeting on Greenland? I wonder if have they had one on Greenland? I don't know. There certainly could be one in the future, I would think. If the U.S. was ever going to try to use force to take Greenland, I'm sure there would be a UN Security Council meeting. R.M. Gibbs thinks the purpose of the meeting was to just go through the motions. I don't know, I looked it up on Google AI. They said that on January 5th, during the Venezuela meeting, Greenland was discussed. I don't know that there's been a specific UN Security Council meeting on Greenland this year. Good Guy says nothing got settled by the Security Council today. KNVKL says it's a forum. You have to communicate like it or not. Cryptician says, I'm glad Liberia spoke up with Somalia. That was helpful. We'll see to what degree. Mr. Someone thinks the UN is worthless. Yeah, the Iran airspace reopened in the morning, so I'm not aware that they've closed it again, although I'll check and see if I see anything. Oh, by the way, thanks to John NR6GG. And thanks, John, for shouting out the moderators. You know, the Venezuela meeting that we covered was longer than this one. More countries spoke at that one. Oh, hold on a second. I have an update for you guys. Hold on. I have an update for you about something. Maria Corina Machado says she presented Trump her Nobel Peace Prize to recognize his commitment to her country. I just saw that from AP. She met with him today. When did she speak? She did not answer questions as to whether he accepted it, says Reuters. Here, I'll get you a little something on that real quick. Hold on. Hang on. I'll show you. Here. Machado says she presented Trump with her Nobel Peace Prize medal. Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado said she presented U.S. President Trump with her Nobel Peace Prize medal during their meeting on Thursday. She did not answer reporters' questions as to whether he accepted it. Remember, he has said he doesn't think that she should be the leader in Venezuela because she doesn't have the respect or support of the people in Venezuela. That's what Trump has said. And they met for the first time in person ever today. Remember, she was going to run for president in, I think it was 2024, in the last election. Maduro regime did not let her, so Edmundo Gonzalez ran basically as a substitute for her. And the evidence suggests that the election, that Edmundo Gonzalez running in place for her, the evidence suggests that he won by a lot, but the Maduro regime just declared themselves the winner. Maduro declared himself the winner. Hey, thanks to Timberwolf. Timberwolf says Iran is just mad that video got out showing Iranian soldiers committing human rights violations. That's what Timberwolf thinks. Hang on a second here. A viewer mentioned to me, Christopher Wilson, that Faytux News posted an article from Fox News. Fox News says U.S. sending military assets to Middle East as Trump weighs Iran strike. At least one U.S. aircraft carrier is being moved towards the Middle East. It is not yet clear whether the carrier is the USS Abraham Lincoln, which is in the South China Sea, or one of two carriers that departed Norfolk and San Diego earlier this week. Transit to the region is expected to take at least a week. Military assets from air, land, and sea are expected to flow into the region in the coming days and weeks to provide the president with military options. So, I mean, it doesn't sound like anything's happening today, but again, that's from Fox News. Mr. Chuckleteeth says it will be all over for all of us by then. So just to repeat, Fox News reports that the U.S., a number of outlets have said that the U.S. is, multiple outlets have reported that the U.S. is sending an aircraft carrier to the Middle East, but it'll take around a week or so to get there. Fox does that as well. Fox also says that other U.S. military assets are expected to flow into the region in the coming days and weeks. Jane Jones says, well, no help for the Iranian people for a while. Is there any chance that the administration would wait a couple weeks and then the protests have been like, you know, I showed you reporting from like Institute for the Study of War, for example, that's an AP that said that there have been fewer protests observed the last several days after what appears to be a very violent, deadly crackdown, and increased security forces sent out on the streets by Iran. So, but is there any chance that like in a couple weeks when the force is there, even if there's not active protests, that the Trump administration takes action against Iran, even if the protests aren't actively going on at that point? I don't know. I do not know. Cruel one says 1 week and there's no protest anymore, it's too late. Or no pretext anymore, it's too late. No protest anymore. But again, I don't know that the U.S. is, you know, President Trump said he was going to take action to help the protesters. But maybe the Trump administration will take action against Iran, military action, even if protesting isn't widely going on. I don't know. Anyways, interesting reporting. Hoagland Jeffrey says you don't call an aircraft carrier for a tea party. Mr. Rude Base says potentially 20,000 people dead and the U.S. has to assemble a UN meeting. The hypocrisy and redundancy of the UN is mind-boggling. Dante's Limbo thinks U.S. forces are there. We're not being told about. The week-long traveling one is just the feint. Gary Baines thinks it's not worth it politically for the U.S. to launch a military strike, say, in a couple weeks from now, if I'm reading Gary Baines correctly. Green Street Player says there must be a backup plan without carriers. As we told you before, the Wall Street Journal reported today that the Wall Street Journal claims that President Trump was advised that a large-scale attack against Iran was unlikely to make the government fall and could spark a wider conflict, and for now, President Trump will monitor how Tehran handles protesters before deciding on the scope of a potential attack. The Wall Street Journal also reported the U.S. officials and Middle Eastern partners told the White House the regime was unlikely to fall after a massive bombing campaign, which could instead spark a broader conflict. Smaller assault packages, meanwhile, could boost morale among protesters, but ultimately not change the regime's crackdown against dissenters, officials said. Also, according to the Wall Street Journal, also said that the U.S. would need more firepower in the Middle East to launch a large-scale strike and protect American forces and allies in the region, advisors told Trump. And then Axios reported that President Trump is delaying a decision on striking Iran as the White House consults internally and with allies about the timing for such an operation and whether it would meaningfully destabilize the regime. The military option remains firmly on the table, but Trump's decision to pause has exposed deep uncertainty inside the administration among allies about the risks of a strike that punishes Iran while inviting major retaliation. The New York Times has reported today that Israel and Arab nations have been urging Trump to postpone the attack on Iran. Hey, thanks, by the way, to our member Ken Lance. So, I mean, I can't tell you if there's going to be military action soon, but I just told you what all that reporting is saying, and we did see the White House today, in the White House press briefing. Remember what was said? Did not sound to me like a White House that was signaling attacks soon. I played this earlier, but I'll play it again for you. Can pull it up here. Okay, here's what the White House press secretary said, which we saw earlier, about Iran. Here, look. Look.
Thank you, Caroline. I wanted to get the White House reaction to Iranian state TV broadcasting an implicit threat to the president's life. It was images of the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, according to reports, with the message, "This time it will not go wrong."
I have not seen that, to be honest with you, Jackie. We'll take a look, and I'll let the president and his national security team examine that footage to ensure its legitimacy. Again, I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on it. What I will say with respect to Iran is that the president and his team have communicated to the Iranian regime that if the killing continues, there will be grave consequences. And the president received a message, as he revealed to all of you and the whole world yesterday, that the killing and the executions will stop. And the president understands today that 800 executions that were scheduled and supposed to take place yesterday were halted. And so the president and his team are closely monitoring this situation, and all options remain on the table for the president.
That Netanyahu encouraged him against strikes.
Look, it's true that the president spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu, but I would never detail details about their conversation without giving the expressed approval by the president himself.
Thank you, Caroline.
So again, today, the press secretary said, if the killings continue, not if any have already happened, if they continue, there will be grave consequences. And also said that we've been told that that the killings are going to stop, and that 800 executions didn't happen that were scheduled. So, I mean, it doesn't, I mean, that's not, I don't know what's going to happen. That certainly is not language which suggests that an attack's going to happen today. Devaroa thinks the White House is bluffing. Some of our viewers are saying taco. Stephen Graham says, why did America not go, I think he meant through with, their promises to help the Iranian people? And remember, I can point this out. I probably don't have to remind you, but... Oh, look. President Trump posted 11 hours ago, by the way. I missed this morning. 11 hours ago, President Trump said, Fox News, Iranian protester will no longer be sentenced to death after President Trump's warnings. Likewise, others. This is good news. Hopefully it will continue. That's what he said earlier today. But remember, 2 days ago, he said, Iranian patriots, keep protesting. Take over your institutions. Save the names of the killers and abusers. They will pay a big price. I have canceled all meetings with Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stops. Help is on its way. MEGA. President Donald J. Trump. That was from 2 days ago. So how will this all play out? I do not know. I do not know. Our viewer AU52 says, the Islamic regime will execute my people if the president does not help. Brandon says Iran needs help now. CNN also says that the U.S. military is moving a carrier strike group to the Middle East amid heightened tensions with Iran. Military planners typically move additional land, sea, and air assets, often including carrier strike groups, into a region when tensions escalate. So again, CNN is also reporting that the U.S. is moving a carrier strike group to the Middle East. Again, that's expected to take a week or so. Thank you to VQJD, our member, our new member. By the way, thank you to our moderators. We have moderators, our moderators who have been here, people like Roberts, May, Queen, and Ruth, thank you. Roberts, May, Queen, and Ruth over there on YouTube. On Twitch, really appreciate moderators like Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, K. Larry Body, Margaret Riley. Paul Anderson on Facebook. So I'm just checking some of the messages people have been sending me. Our viewer, Girl WGC, claims that small planes are being flown out of Iran every 20 minutes. That's what she says. I can't. I have not heard this report elsewhere, but I'm not saying it's not true. That's what our viewer, Girl AWGIC, said. She also claims children of the regime officials are defecting. Again, I have not heard that report. That's what our viewer, Girl AWGIC, says. Thanks for writing in. Our viewer, Yon, mentioned that Kristen Trebert of the New York Times said that the USS Abraham Lincoln west of the Philippines turned west yesterday. So maybe that's heading towards the Middle East, but we don't know. We don't know for sure which one is going there. That's from Christian Trebert. Thanks for sending that in. Our viewer, Bijan Maki, says, as an Iranian American living in the U.S., I have to say that every U.S. administration worked with the Iranian government after the revolution. The only thing every administration cares about is the U.S. pocket, not human rights. Trump is not different. The only difference, he's a good businessman. As long as the Iranian government pays the bribe, nothing will change. And the Iranian regime will continue to do whatever they do since more than 4 decades ago. Thank you, Bijan, for the message. It's our viewer, Bijan. Hang on. Sorry. All right. Well, guys, we're going to have to see how this all plays out. So again, multiple outlets report the U.S. is moving an aircraft carrier to the region, but supposedly that's going to take a week or so. And multiple outlets are reporting, claiming that President Trump has delayed a decision on whether to launch some sort of military action against Iran. So I think for right now we're going to wrap up this live stream. If there's big news later today, I'll come back on the air and cover it. But we came on to cover the Security Council meeting. If you missed it, we covered that. We actually covered the White House press briefing before that, so you can go back and watch that if you want. And I'll certainly keep an eye on things. If there's big news tonight, I'll come back on the air and cover it. But I'm going to eat something now and get off the air and take a break. So I really appreciate everybody tuning in for the broadcast, and more news to come. Oh, by the way, thanks to David L. Upton. That's very nice of you, David. Thank you. Also, Crispy and VQJD, thank you. VQJD and Crispy. So I really appreciate people tuning in. I would suggest, if you'd like, subscribe and follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. I would recommend, if you don't want to miss a stream, sign up for our notifications, our free notifications, so you get informed whenever we're going live. I never know when that's going to be, but we have a free notification system that works great. The mods will post a link to it in the chat, and also you can find the notifications link in the description of the broadcast on YouTube and Facebook. So sign up for those. I will also post updates on my X account. When I'm not on the air, I post about news there. At Lookner on X. You can follow me over there at Lookner on X. And I also appreciate people sending me updates during the stream, letting me read your comments and questions on the air. Thanks for all of those. Sorry I can't get to every comment, but I really appreciate you sending them in and appreciate your messages. Hey, thanks so much to our moderators too. Incredible. Our moderators are awesome. They are the reason that we can have our chat rooms. We couldn't have them without our moderators. So big thanks. People like Ruth and Roberts Mayqueen and Janet B. and Beth Mythical and Leslie Ladyhawk over there on YouTube. Huge thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie on Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah Surly Dev, and all the rest of our moderators there. Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson on Facebook, thank you. Oh, thanks to Michael Clayton for more stars. Thank you, Michael. That's very nice of you. All of our moderators, anybody I missed, thank you so much, moderators. Thanks to everybody who donated to the channel today. That's super nice of you guys. That is what allows the channel to exist. It allows me to buy news footage and that kind of thing. Thanks for your support of the channel. If you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But huge thanks. Let me make sure I got everybody. Oh, I owe a thanks to Loanado. A couple Twitch thanks I owe. KB1 Prototype on Twitch and Loanado on Twitch. Thanks for your support. If you are on X, I would suggest, if you'd like, you can follow us on X at Agenda Free TV, because that's another good way to find out when we're live. I always post there before we go live and post updates about the channel over there at Agenda Free TV. Also, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we are not on the air. For free. It's our Discord chat. It's the same link as the free notifications link if you want to check out the Discord chat. So check it out. A bunch of our viewers enjoy that chat. And huge thanks to our Discord mods for the modding over on Discord. Thank you. For those who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turning on our YouTube notifications. Another good way to find out when we're live. But if you do turn on the YouTube notifications, well, if you decide you want to, it's a little tricky. What you need to do to turn on the YouTube notifications is subscribe to the channel, then click this bell, and then choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you have the bell clicked and you've chosen all notifications. Did they change this? Oh, you know what? I think they did. It used to be, I think you used to have to click the bell and choose all. Well, it's a little confusing. If you click the bell, it gives you the choices. You can also click the arrow. Basically, all is a setting, but I know it's confusing. I thought before you had to click the bell and also choose all. But that's not necessarily wrong. It's just it's confusing because the bell and the arrow do the same thing. See, if I click the bell, I get the menu. if I click the arrow, I get the menu. So they both do that, but the bell also is it tells you what the status is, whereas the arrow doesn't. Anyways, I'm going to say click the bell and choose all notifications. But maybe I should just do it like this. All right. Whatever. If you're unsubscribed, no. Because the bell can be off and you can still be subscribed. So subscribing itself does not get you all the notifications. Once you subscribe, you got to make sure you have all turned on. That's what I'm saying. Anyways. All right. That being said, hey, thanks to so much to our Twitch subscribers. Thanks to all of our Twitch subscribers like Frukartoffine and Wall Street and Shaggy and Big Ball of Yarn, Matthew Kohai 3. Thank you. CC, Tatermong, D. George 85, Mort Vickers Sr., Seed Music. Thank you for subscribing on Twitch and supporting. Frigid. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks for watching Dulce Vendetta. Thanks to all of our other subscribers over there on Twitch. Manchester is Red Forever. Dill G. Warren. Thanks for subscribing. Susan CHF04. Thanks for subscribing. Also our Facebook subscribers like Michael Clayton and Christy Claft, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Sharon Klassen Goslin, Robert Rial II, Chuck Moscow, Lou Knight, Iva Lynn Berry Speedell. Thanks for subscribing over on Facebook. Helen Anderson, thank you. For all of our subscribers, thanks so much for supporting the channel by subscribing. I think I said Sharon Klassen Goslin already. Thank you. Susan Priest Buchner and all of our other subscribers over there, thanks so much. And our YouTube members, big thanks people like J.K. Sinar, CAC, Gary Baines, Val Cargo, Brandy's Botanicals, Benny Hill, Eric Johnson, Sam Patton, Taste Vim, Dim Sim, Steve D. Printing, Patricia Grace, Around House, maybe repeating some, Eric Johnson, Tallulah A. Bell, CAC. Sorry we didn't get to thanking you guys earlier, but it's kind of tough because we were covering the meeting, so we had to have that playing. Hey, Quentin from Astoria. Thanks, Quentin, for being a member. Benny Hill. Thanks, everybody else, for watching, like Libra Goddess, Mighty Wizardmen, thanks also Juliana Martin for watching. Andrea Holder, thanks for watching over there. Jeanette Tovar, thank you for watching. Old Mordeem, Northern Cheetah, Calypso Raven, thanks for watching. Hugh Blot, Blue Moon Bonsai. It's time, guys. It is time right now. All right, so I'm going to keep an eye on the news. If there's big news tonight, we can come back on the air and cover it. All right. So that is it for now. Thank you so much for watching our live coverage of the UN Security Council meeting on Iran, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.